the MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association. association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Hi there, good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where it is Wednesday, and that means that somebody will seal a spot at finals night at the end of today's Group A session. But before we look ahead to today's action, let's take a look back at what happened yesterday.
Owen has established himself as the dominant force in Group A. 4 wins from 5 on Tuesday means he's the favourite to progress to Saturday night's final. After winning his opening 3 matches of the day, James Hurrell looks set to be in a good position in the group. However, defeats in his final 2 matches means that he's got work to do if he's going to win Group A.
Really quiet
he almost treated us to a 9-darter. Dart 7 going in. Excitement levels rose, but he would miss the treble 19 in his valiant attempt. Talking about perfection, it doesn't get more perfect than 350 in 6. We don't see it often at the Super Series, but we saw it from Jim McEwan to round off a 4-0 victory against Michael Huntley. He's only 2 points behind Owen, his closest contender in terms of progression, but he's going to need a big push on Wednesday to bridge the gap in the legs difference. Meanwhile, for the Welshman, Wednesday will be about getting his game in the best possible shape ahead of his Group C campaign on Thursday and Friday. However, he did treat us this Shanghai finish to level things up against Kevin Garcia. Not often you say a 1-6-4 is the second highest finish in a match, but in the quality encounter between Garcia and McEwan, that was most certainly the case. Meanwhile, just 2 wins from 5 on Tuesday means that Shane McGuirk's priority on Wednesday is to ensure a place in Group B.
Well, Paul Nicholson has joined me. You were here on Monday, Paul, but just looking back at what we saw yesterday, what stood out for you?
Only one thing, really, for me, and it's the 350 and 6 darts from Jim McEwan. I am someone who harps on, maybe too much, about the maximum 6-star checkout, but it's only happened twice in the last 2 calendar years. Andy Jenkins got it in the first week of 2021. We've had our second one now. They're more rare than 9 darters, and I think they need to be paid attention to. We'll
let you off. Pay attention to Paul Nicholson. Let's have a look at the Group A table to see how the land lies going into this final day. Robert Owen, top of the pile, but Jim McEwan hot on his heels. James Hurrell still in contention as well.
Yeah, very much so. I think when you look at that table, it makes the first couple of rounds really important today. Maybe so the first round more than the second, because if Robert Owen gets a victory and the chasing pack don't, he's in the distance, and all of a sudden he's in a very comfortable position to look like a Group A winner.
And for the 2 guys at the bottom, obviously they've come through the first 2 ADC qualifiers. Do you think they're maybe having a bit of trouble adjusting to the format, because a lot of darts players are pretty used to knockout darts?
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. This is a bit of a slog. You've got to look at this as a bit of a marathon, and when you play in ADC events, you've got to play a lot of knockout format darts, but your adrenaline levels are constantly up, whereas with this format, it could be going up, down because of win-loss scenarios. So the fact that they've lost most of their games so far, their confidence has been jolted, but now maybe the pressure's off them today, and maybe we can see what they can really do on Wednesday with the pressure off.
Well, let's take a deeper dive into the stats from yesterday and this week so far. And Robert Owen is top of that particular metric as well, so it looks like he's in the right position.
He is, and when you look at his average for Monday, it was impressive at 90.95. It went up yesterday, but strangely, the only other person who went up on the average yesterday was Mike Huntley, who didn't even get a win. So it just goes to show what Robert did well yesterday, and it really just goes to show that the experience of Robert Owen in this format really does tell.
From what you've just seen there, who do you expect to be moving up and down today, and ultimately who do you think is going to take that place on Saturday night?
I think Robert Owen's going to get it. I think this is going to be his last time with us because he's going to the Pro Tour in 2023. I think he'd like to go out with a bang. So I think this is going to be his time.
Well, Robert Owen is in action in the first match today. We can see a little bit from both players in that opening match. Shane McGuirk, the man who he is up against, and here he is playing against Robert Owen yesterday and beating him.
Yeah, and this is the funniest thing about this fixture starting up today, because Shane McGuirk, who has had a very good debut campaign, he hasn't lost to Robert Owen, the table topper, so you just wonder if Shane is the kryptonite of Stack Attack.
Whisper it quietly because they are there.
That's why I'm doing it.
Us. But do you see the hat-trick?
No, I think Robert's going to get one back today.
And if he does, that gives a lot of people a lot of work to do, doesn't it?
Yes, I think Robert likes giving other people problems. Yesterday, he won 4-0 3 times. Takes a great player to do that against these calibre of players. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets another 4-0. Maybe not in this match, but at some point today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a swan song here at the Super Series for Robert Owen. Of course, he's going to play on the PDC Pro Tour next year, but we've still got him for now, and you can enjoy him in action today, and we will see if he does make it through to Saturday night once again. Paul Nicholson is going to now head downstairs and join Matt Edgar to talk you through today's action.
Good morning and welcome back to day 3 of the action. We said up the top there that there could be some problems caused, and if Robert Owen can beat Shane McGuirk here for the first time this week, that will be his race ran, because there's only 8 more points available after this one, and that will be an 8-point gap, but the leg difference would be almost uncatchable. Robert Owen has won 8 matches out of 10 so far, but the 2 that he has lost is to this man, the 27-year-old Shane McGuirk. Shane McGuirk beating him 4-2 and 4-1 so far this week. Bookies go along the line of Paul Nicholson, offering odds of 1-2 on Robert Owen, making him favourite for this game. He will have the advantage of throw, but there hasn't been too much of an advantage when he's come up against Shane so far this week. Shane McGuirk. We saw in that stat
First
at the
lag
start
gives
of the
Robert to
day,
throw first. Game on.
his average actually dropped yesterday. And if we look a little bit deeper into that, that will come on the doubles percentages. So Shane McGuirk, 42% on the opening day, and yesterday 27%. So that is why he lost those points on that graphic at the start of the day.
41.
Yeah, good morning, Matt, and good morning to everybody tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel internationally, wherever you are. Get in touch today
60.
at MSS Starts on Twitter. We'd love to hear from you. But Robert Owen only wants to hear one thing in this match, and that's game shot and the match
60.
Robert Owen, because the arrow, as he's known, Shane McGuirk, has been the one person who's had his number this week so far.
60.
And the only player that's been able to beat him so far in this field. The man that looks like Keegan Brown.
100.
I'm going to let you handle that when the tweet or the text comes in. But that is an incredible thing to say, isn't it? Rob Owen, for the first couple of days, has been excellent. An average
41.
in excess of 91. That's a really good standard. I don't think we've seen the best from him in an individual game yet, because he hasn't even found a 100-plus average in any game yet. That's unlike Robert. His personal best is over 115 when he's been with us. So maybe
43.
there is more to come, but he has been pretty much at the pump the whole time over the last 3 weeks, hasn't he? He's been playing challenge to a darts.
100.
He was here for Champions League last week. He's doing it this week.
157.
I think his motivation today is win this group to get 2 days off.
83.
When you're playing that
Shane,
much
you
darts,
require
though, is you
156.
tend to find that your level of consistency comes out regular.
Really?
120.
If he'd have hit that, I would have thought, right,
74.
McGuirk has definitely got Owen's number.
Was Robert Owen thinking really when them first two went in?
54. Shane, you require 36.
Be a good start for Shane.
Yeah, that's game short in
And
the
at this
first
point,
leg. Shane
when he
McGuirk.
breaks through in the very first leg, we have to talk about the 4-pointers today,
Second
especially
leg,
in the
it's
first
Shane to
half
throw
of play.
first. Game on.
Now in football, we have the 6-pointers, which are very relevant for Premier League and Championship football.
57.
Two teams are playing each other. It's not just about getting the points for yourself, but it's about taking the points from somebody else. Right now, if McGuirk
100.
wins, he would go to 12 points. But importantly for him, McEwan and Hurrell, he would stop Owen from getting to 18.
134.
And also, if you look at the table and the leg difference, if Shane McGuirk loses this game, he is out, really, of having any chance of winning Group A.
100.
So does Wednesday being a knockout scenario work in his favour, maybe? Because he's going to have to be at that high adrenaline level,
140.
that awareness level all day. Unless he loses early and he means basically he's playing for position in the table to see which group he's going to be in the next couple of days.
83. Shane,
The
you
worst thing
require
is looking at the
170.
table and trying to read that and trying to see how the day goes. And when you know what you've got to do, it makes it a lot easier. Been in a practice room in this format many times. As soon as that league table comes on the screen,
134.
everyone huddles around the TV and tries to work out what needs to be done. What needs to be done is you need to win games of darts. If you're not winning games, it doesn't matter.
121. Shane, you require 36.
Hit it in the first leg. It's it in the
that's game
second.
short in the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
This is pretty decent. And an improved second leg in 14 darts
Third leg is
is
Robert to
more
throw
bad
first.
news for Robert
Game on.
Owen against Shane. Now, Robert won games yesterday by 4 legs to 0 3 times.
180.
Bit of a dramatic pause there from our referee for today, Marco Maya. Just teasing us before we get the 180 call.
93.
He's doing it again, isn't he? He's advertising himself with the propped up door case. He's a walking billboard.
140.
It's next time he comes in and there's sponsors plastered all over the case. That
I can imagine what
140.
his sponsorship proposal sheet would be. You can put your patch on my shirt. You can see me for some personal appearances. Oh, and by the way, I will prop up my dart case and have it on there too.
100.
I've been quite impressed with Shane the last couple of days. I think there is potential with him. But maybe in the same sort of way that we saw from Connor Scott
98.
a year
Robert
ago
Uruguay,
and some other players
81.
over the last couple of years, he might need more than 1 or 2 campaigns with us just to show us exactly what he's got in the locker. Double 13 for Owen.
55. Shane, you require
We had a 170
170
yesterday from Jim McEwan off the back of a 180. And we're not going to get one from the arrow here.
65. Robert, you require
so Robert to get
26.
his first leg of the day. That could be a little bit awkward.
No
Turned out to
score.
be so. Both of those hitting the flight and going wide. So
Shane, you
Shane
require 105.
continue the misery for Robert Owen. Move himself 1 leg away of a hat-trick of victories.
Yeah, that's
Robert Owen
game
was
short in the
nodding along
third
in the
leg.
background. He
Shane
knew that
McGuirk.
was going. And sometimes you just play a player, don't you? Who you just feel good against. A lot of the time that's
Forward
normally
lag,
against
it's
the
Shane
quicker
to throw
players.
first. Game
But
on.
there's just certain people you have a really good record or a really bad record against. Is this what we're about to see start unfolding here?
Right, let's delve into that then, shall we, Matt? Because we're both
93.
players. Who was the guy that you, or guy or girl, that you played, and you thought, I know I'm going to win this even before I throw a dart?
121.
Surprisingly, I always felt like that against Mervyn King.
That's a huge call. Okay. Do you know what your record is against Merv?
43.
We will find out very soon because I have software at my disposal. We'll find out in the next 30 seconds.
In the opposite,
100.
I always felt like I could never beat Jamie Caven.
Oh, yeah, Jamie was always very hard to beat. I couldn't beat Andrew Gilding. And I couldn't beat Steve
41.
Lennon. And going up a level, never did beat Barneveld in more than 10 attempts.
I also had a terrible record against a guy called Paul Nicholson
100.
until the very last attempt.
Yeah, and then we didn't play again.
So that makes me the reigning champion.
Yes, it does.
42.
You do have a winning record against Mervyn King.
140.
That's impressive. 4-2 up.
I thought it was better than that. Yeah, I thought it was stronger than that one.
He played 6 times, all in best of 11, and not one game has gone the distance. That's impressive.
135. Robert, you require
Let's see how
40.
impressive this leg is from Robert. Two fives.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's in
Kim
there.
Shaw.
He's not going to be bageled first thing in the morning, and McGuirk will have to wait for his chance to win the match.
Fifth flag is Robert to throw first. Game on.
And that is all relevant because of saying certain times that you're playing players and you just get good vibes against.
140.
Even if you're not winning all the time, if you've got that vibe against that player and you've got that good feeling, and sometimes it can just come down to a mannerism that they might show you that you can pick up on a weakness
125.
or the pace of the game. Like, sometimes players can be too fast for your rhythm. Like a Ricky Evans, you can just get caught up in his pace.
When you do have a bad record against
140.
somebody, and it's very prevalent here because if you've lost 2 days in a row to the same person, you do know about it. And that's amped up a bit more for Robert because the only time he has tasted defeat was against Shane this week. Could be a third time in 3 days. But it becomes a mental battle.
100.
A weak player in the mind department will say, how do I beat this person? Well, you might have a bad game against them. They just have a better game by about a point in the average and somehow beat you in a terrible match. And if you lift your average to about 100, they'll probably average 105.
You become expectant as well, don't you? We saw Robert Owen nodding along on that 105 finish in the last leg from Shane McGuirk. Could get 100 plus of his own here if he can hit the ball.
96.
That offers Shane
Shane
McGuirk a chance to get this wrapped
99.
up. Leaving 99 after just 9 darts.
It's got a certain ring to it.
81.
And he misses the double
Robert, you
18, which
require
could have
25.
been 3 of those in the match to win it 4-1. And Owen survives.
Yeah,
And does
that's Kim
take
Shaw
us
in the
to a
fifth
6th
flag.
leg.
Robert Owen.
And maybe the only chance that Shane McGuirk is going to get in this match to win. But at least he's got the darts here in leg 6 to try and
Sixth flag,
serve it
it's
out.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
Just to emphasise how well Shane is playing, that was for a 12 darter from Shane McGuirk.
60.
If you can be anywhere near that in this one, you think he's going to get it wrapped up. He can go out in 15 darts. That means Robert is going to have to find a 12.
140.
We know we can do it. But doing it right now is a very difficult prospect.
140.
Especially when McGuirk is finding that trouble with a good amount of accuracy in this game. I mean, 50% on the doubles for Shane is very impressive. He's got a nice
43.
spread of his scoring as well. If you look at This one here, 8 ton plus throws, 3 ton 40 plus. He's got a maximum in there. Might add to it here. Does do. And it makes it look even more impressive. It's a really good performance.
60.
And there is zilch
121.
that Owen can do about this now. He's got a bit of green on his shirt. He might as well call himself the Robert Owen Kryptonite.
57.
I'm just looking back at how he started the day previously, an 82 average and a 72 average. Is this now a sign of the experience coming through of a couple of days of getting up early and having to prepare for this first match?
He's definitely getting his MODUS Super Series body clock in order.
Requires 64.
Only one more job to do. To stay in the race.
32.
It's another match
Robert
start
require
missed.
145.
You wouldn't expect this to go, but it'd be some haymaker. Still possible. Double 14. That's amazing. That's an amazing shot to save this match. And you could tell from that celebration, Matt, just how much he just wants to beat this kid.
7-10
And this
final
could be
lag.
some
It's Robert
turnaround.
to
It's
throw
not that
first.
Shane McGuirk's dropped
Game
his
on.
levels. This is that Robert Owen has found some incredible darts. The reason he's going to be on the Pro Tour next year, when you can dig stuff like that
100.
out when you need to.
Absolutely right. It's one of my favourite celebrations from any player when they just somewhat organically say, get in.
97.
Yeah, I prefer the get in to the come on.
I do as well. Yeah, the come on has become almost ubiquitous with players from
85.
many different countries who speak different languages. It's become the norm. But get in is it's very much a British thing, isn't it?
It's also just got the element of have a bit of that, which is what Shane's going to be thinking now. Get in. His third 180 of the match, and it would have been so easy after having that 145 hit against you. Oh, wow.
That's incredible. If you needed proof that Robert Owen is ready for the challenges ahead, you've seen the proof in the last 5 minutes.
100.
This has turned into an excellent game of darts to start Wednesday.
Do you think there's any chance we could just extend this game for a bit longer?
Maybe we should. But the game was almost over. Courtesy of another massive out. And if McGuirk takes this, this will be some exclamation point on what has been an excellent first game. Bullseye.
99.
That is 3 missed darts for the match in 3 different legs.
16.
To wrap it up. And that is a great marker. Surely
Game,
goes in,
shot,
and he does.
and
In
the
off the
match,
barrel. Robert Owen
Owen
gets it wrapped up in an absolute classic of a start to get us up and running. He was 3-0 down in that one, but found some inspired darts. Shane McGuirk didn't drop his levels. If anything, they rose. It was a quality affair, but Robert Owen takes the points and ends Shane McGuirk's chances of winning Group A. So now we move on to the next game, where it's going to be eyes on Jim McEwan as Jim McEwan takes on Michael Huntley.
Welcome back. What a start to the action today here on Wednesday at the MODUS Super Series. It is all about getting that top spot on the place at finals night. And Robert Owen looked like he was under pressure, 3-0 behind against Shane McGuirk. But as you can see, managed to complete a total tungsten turnaround. Both players performing really well, mid-90s averages for the pair of them. Robert Owen with that 145 checkout, 180s exchanged in that last leg. McGuirk ultimately missed 3 darts at double in 3 different legs that would have won him the match and sealed a hat-trick of victories against the league leader. Everybody else in the practice room was probably cheering Shane on, but Owen turned it around and got the job done. And here is what it does to the table. It means he is now 4 points clear of Jim McEwan, who will play in the next match. And James Hurrell has now got a 6-point gap to bridge to the top of the table before he plays his first match against Kevin Garcia in Game 3. McGuirk as well now ruled out realistically of finishing in top spot. His attention turns to try and finishing in Group B. But as I mentioned, the next match is between Jim McEwan and Michael Huntley. The pair, of course, have played each other twice already this week, and they do have a win apiece, although in different circumstances. Huntley getting the better of McEwan 4-3 when the pair met on Monday, but McEwan returned the favour in some style, a 4-0 win against Huntley, and he sealed it with this sensational set of 6 darts. Paul Nicholson referred to this at the top of the show as one of the best things you can see on the dartboard. A 180 to leave the big fish, a 170, and McEwan reeled it in to end that thumping 4-0 victory in the most sensational style. So, Jim McEwan looking to close the gap once again on Robert Owen, who turned things around in that first match and set the standard for a wonderful Wednesday here at the Super Series. Can Huntley harm his hunt? Let's find out with Paul and Matthew.
Thanks, Murph. Very, very happy to be back for game number 2 now, with Huntley playing with no pressure, can't qualify from this group, and in every likelihood he's going to be involved in Group C over the next couple of days, which means getting up early a couple of more days, Mike, which I'm sure he's not too adverse about. But the 55-year-old from Scotland still has ambitions of winning this group, and he does have experience of winning Group A before, but maybe not in this fashion. He has bossed a group before, but has he chased one? This time, he's 4 points behind Robert Owen going into his first game of Wednesday. And if he loses against Mike Huntley again, he's in trouble.
First leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
I think this game poses a lot of questions. When we look at the 2 days, Jim McEwan dropped 5 points off his average yesterday, where Michael Huntley went up 2. If Michael Huntley can keep that progression going, he's going to make a competitive game of this. They're 1-1 in the head-to-heads. Michael Huntley winning on day 1, 4-3. Jim McEwan
96.
revenging that with a 4-0 defeat. The bookies seem to think that this is a Jim McEwan certainty.
I don't think it is at all.
83.
They're under very different pressure today, Matt. McEwan has already hit his 16th maximum of the week so far in his opening throw here in game 2.
60.
But I was doing some number crunching this morning, and one thing really turned my head. And it was, I suppose, to do with this game. Of the 15 fixtures that we've got in this group,
97.
12 of them have got a 2-0 record for somebody this week so far, which is incredibly impressive. Meaning that only 3 corresponding
41.
fixtures
Jim
are currently one game all.
141.
And this is one game all. So, by that token, maybe the bookies have got it wrong.
Yeah, you certainly won't want to be 2-9 in this game.
87.
That's not saying I don't think Jim McEwan's going to win. I just don't think he's going to win by that level of probability.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough. I would definitely go along with that. And the first leg of this match
Jim
really does
54.
prove that point. He's been scoring brilliantly, but misses a single.
Yeah, that's
Doesn't
game
miss the
short in the
double.
first leg.
That's
Jim
a very
McEwan.
up and down 15 dart, you could say. But they don't put averages on trophies as our
Second
friend
leg
Chris
is
Mason
Michael
would
to
say.
throw first.
But he does
Game
start with a
on.
15 darter, and maybe that standard will be good enough to get his way through this match. What we've seen from Mike Huntley this week
125.
is more of an 18 dart standard, around an 83 average, and he hasn't broken 92 yet in any match, whereas Jim McEwan is the only person to break 100.
I think when we look at the averages and the
46.
stats and everything on Michael Huntley, we can see why that is. So like you say, he's around about just under that mid-80s. But if you have a look at his checkout percentage, 22 for yesterday, 27.
100.
He's dropped below that 33% with a 1 in 3, which means he's needing 4, potentially 5 darts to go out, which is what is changing his average compared to the rest of the field. If you can just tighten up on the doubles, he'll be right up there in those high 80s.
And one of the reasons why we talk about that magical 33% number is that if you've got 3 darts in hand and you've got, say, a double top
7.
left, you really should be taking that with 3 darts in hand at this level. If you're not, then you're going to lose matches. But I already see this morning that Huntley is not
59.
in that bright, sparkly place that he was in come Monday morning. This is a really, really tough experience. They've been given, and I'm talking about Huntley and Kevin Garcia, they've been given a full week.
140.
I guarantee you, if one of those guys, if not both of them, make it to Saturday night, Sunday morning, they're going to be thinking about this week for a long time. This is hard. This is not an easy thing to do. Just ask Jim McEwan. He's been with us for over a year doing this.
140.
He keeps coming back because he enjoys it.
Michael, you require
But it's not easy.
129.
I can tell you firsthand, I've played a couple of weeks in this format. I much prefer the 2 days because it is a slog.
89. Jim,
That is
you
a
require
fantastic part there
160.
Michael Huntley to leave himself tops. Tops is what Jim will be hoping to leave after the first 2 darts, and that is sat lovely. Fancy that treble. He's got a dart at the tops. Michael Huntley shakes his head.
120.
He'll breathe a sigh
Michael,
of
you
relief.
require 40.
You just flick your left eye towards the board as if to say, oh, go away, will you? Stop hitting stuff like that. Got his chance.
Yeah, that's
Takes
game
his
shot in
chance,
the
and that's
second leg.
better.
Michael Huntley.
If you can hit your shots within 2 darts and give yourself enough chances
Third
today,
leg
you will
is Jim to
definitely
throw
embellish on
first.
the 4
Game
points
on.
that he got on Monday, because, of course, yesterday he got 0. He's actually had the exact opposite day to his ADC qualifying buddy, Kevin Garcia, hasn't he? Because Huntley got 4 on Monday, Garcia got nothing.
99.
Huntley got nothing yesterday, and Garcia got the 4.
I'm also just thinking how ironic that was. And not rain on your wedding day.
100.
We said about missing darts at doubles, and you said if you've got 3 darts at tops, you need to be going out in those. And he left himself tops with 3 darts in hand, and he went out. Took your advice.
Well, he can't hear us, I don't think.
100.
Here's something interesting I picked up on yesterday, and we've heard that Jim McEwan might like to hold on to a couple of pound coins
81.
over the time, and we looked at his flights yesterday, and it looked like they certainly needed changing. They have been in them darts for some time, and if you look at them again today, still not changed them.
I have used these exact flights for the last couple of years.
76.
So I know how durable they are. Trust me, they've been hammered. It's almost as, this is how I like to categorize
123.
bad flight management. When you see the state of the top of these flights, it looks like they've been at the bottom of a rabbit's cage and chewed upon. But when you see the level of performance that you're getting from McEwan,
100.
it's not really damaging him that much. There are certain players out there who have ridiculous excuses for using chewed up flights. I even heard somebody once saying, oh, I don't want to change them because
81.
these ones are warmed up.
Jim, you require 126.
Don't talk to me about flight temperature. It makes no difference.
And what is sort of the big negative of the chewed up flight?
Well, you might get one chewed up piece that might not fly as
31.
aerodynamically
Michael
as
Uruguay,
another one.
116.
With these sort of durable flights as well, does it chrome up a few deflections as well with
It
these
does.
hard ones?
Yeah. They're not as rigid as some others have been in the past.
91.
As Huntley misses the
Jim
ball.
Uruguay, 95.
But still, if you clatter into these things, you do get some wicked deflections. But I think he counteracts that with the tapered barrel. That's a miss at double 19 for Jim. He's not
79.
going to be able to take the leg
Michael
in 18
Uruguay,
darts because you
25.
can't take 19 in one dart.
And take this if he hits
Yeah,
double
that's
eight.
game short
And
and a
favourite
bird
backers,
mark.
you was
Michael
warned in this
Huntley.
one. This was not a certainty. And that is a breaker throw by
Forward
Michael
lag is
Huntley,
Michael to throw first.
who is now
Game
throwing
on.
to put himself one away from the game. We said the bit he needs to improve is the doubles, and he's done exactly that. 2 from 4 so far.
140.
And you said at the start, didn't you? Different pressures. There's almost no pressure on Michael now. It's just a case of playing darts and playing in this sort of environment, getting good practice.
23.
Remember years ago, you probably played it yourself. There's an event called the Champions League, and it was sort of perfect for like having a day's sort of play against
60.
people, earning some coin. And there were a couple of players who used to moan about that, and people would be like, "You're essentially having a day's of practice against the best players in the world."
Who were the mourners in that one? It wasn't me. I remember turning up to that tournament every morning.
38.
Bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. Played in it a lot. Like Sir Kim Hybrex, Mark Walsh, Mervyn King, Ronnie Baxter. We'd all turn up and think, this is great.
19.
We loved it. Because you were being paid £50 for every leg you won. And you wanted to play lots of darts. And like we all, and Kim Hybrex said that to me quite a lot. He said, I can't believe how
43.
beneficial this is for the Pro Tour. That's what this is. This is beneficial for whatever challenge is coming next for Jim, next for Mike. He might want to go to more
100.
ABC events after this. Trust me, if he can get more wins this week and walk away with a positive mindset, it will do him a world of good.
So really, when you say there, like, this is good for all those, I think we can summarise that in this is just good for
59.
development.
Not just development for what they're doing next, but it's development of what this week could hold. Let us not forget that getting to Saturday night, there's a £5,000 check
41.
at the end of the rainbow for week 1 and a guaranteed spot in Champions Week where £20,000 could be banked again, just like Conan Whitehead did on Saturday night.
I don't believe there's a giant novelty check for the week. Though, is
140.
it? You only get the
Michael
novelty check for
Uruguay,
the
141.
big one.
Yeah, you only get a small one. Only a token one on a Saturday.
100.
It's a bit like Happy Gilmore on Saturday night, wasn't he? You ever seen that movie? When
Many
Happy Gilmore says, someone says to him in the movie, oh, you'll get paid next week. He says, no, I'll just take a check. He said, no, we don't hand out
Michael Uruguay,
checks at the tournaments.
41.
I'll just take one of those big ones.
And then you put them on the boot of his car, didn't he?
Yeah, it was funny. This is not funny for Jim.
9. Jim
Because
Uruguay,
he needs something
152.
akin to what Robert Owen did in the first match just to try and stay in it.
When I was putting that warning out at the start of this game, that this isn't as what the odds suggest. One of the things I said is
100.
Jim's average
Michael
dropped
Uruguay,
5 points from day 1 to
32.
day 2. And so far, it's dropped again.
Two hits.
24.
And that could be very costly.
Jim Uruguay, 52.
Even a small shake of the head from McEwan is as if to say, I should be 3-1 down.
He loves tops.
Yeah, that's game
Loves it
short.
even more right now because that's just
Jim
saved his
McEwan.
bacon. And again, when we put no warnings out, when we look through the stats, they give
Fifth
us an
flag is
idea
Jim
of
to
what to
throw
look
first.
for. And we
Game
mentioned
on.
about Michael Huntley. He's getting these chances, but he's not taking it when he's got 3 darts in hand. If he could have done that there, it would have been 3-1 up. Instead, his doubles percentage now drops to what we've been seeing. And that's why now
45.
Jim McEwan's back to being favourite to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely right. Isn't it fascinating that Huntley's average did go up yesterday to 84 from 82? from the
55.
previous showing on Monday. He walked away with 0 points. Jim's average dropped by the amount that you mentioned, Matt, but he still walked away with 8 points. But it's the levels that we're talking about.
100.
Huntley went from 82 to 84. But when you think about Jim McEwan, he went from 91 to 86. So both of his days' averages are still better than Huntley.
$60.
I suppose it's a pretty good time to mention who's coming later in the week. Because if
41.
Mike Huntley is going to be part of Group C, which is looking increasingly likely now, he's going to have Mark Graham, Martin Thomas and Rhys Colley for company, as well as 2 other players from this group. If Jim McEwan was not to win this group and make his way to Group B,
48.
he'll have the company of Pete Burgoyne, Richard North and Scott Walters. Penny for the thoughts of the people in the practice room with Richard North. I hope you're ready to listen.
Rhys Colley's someone that interests me. He's a guy that's sort of gone a rocket ship of darts recently, hasn't he? If we look back to Q School, he got pumped. I think he had like minus 17 legs
60.
or something. He's one of the bottom players. And now he's gone and won the British Open, didn't he? Not too long ago in September, I believe, in Bridlington.
Is that his nickname, Rocket Ship? Because it should be.
100.
That is a really good one. Rhys, the Rocket Ship Colley. Well, if you're watching Rhys, there you go.
No, I've already got one for him. I said it should be the Flower. Green shirt.
That would be a really interesting one for the MC to call out.
30. Michael, you require 65.
Well, this game has taken another turn. Should have been 3-1. Turned out to be 2-2. This could have been a match-winning shot. 46 left. 2 16s for the lead.
33.
That's another missed double.
Jim, you
that is
require
now 8 missed darts at double. And most of them have been very costly.
You will get more. And a further opportunity. This will be a breaker throw. This will make Michael Huntley the favourite.
134. Michael, you require 32.
Let's see what you're made of, Mike.
No
I think
score.
he's being affected by his confidence on the
Jim,
outer
you
ring.
require 24.
It has to be the case. You can see his body language coming away from the hockey now because he feels he's going to be 3-2 behind. Double 6. Biggest start of the match. And it's found as well.
Yeah, that's game short on the 5th flag. Jim McEwan.
It's not over, Mike. You still got a chance.
He's going for the handshake there. He thought it was
6
over. But this
flaggers,
game's like
Michael
the
to throw first.
spaghetti junction of darts, isn't it? You know, so many wrong turns. Get stuck going round in circles. Who's going to get off? The winner.
100.
Certainly had plenty of opportunity, Michael Huntley, in this one.
He has had plenty of opportunities, but right now,
60.
he's a bit like me driving into Portsmouth yesterday trying to find a parking space. Slim pickings.
How long did that take you again?
I don't want to talk about it.
82.
Honestly, have you ever tried to park in Portsmouth? Oh, never known anything like it. Here's me thinking when I was doing Premier League stuff that places like Sheffield and Nottingham, which are a nightmare to drive in. Yeah, we've upped the stakes.
85.
Portsmouth is the top of the tree.
What was that stat that Henry said? Something that's the most dense populated place that's not a capital?
Yeah, the most densely populated
140.
city in Europe that isn't a capital, which is bonkers when you think about it.
But if you've spent 5 minutes in Portsmouth, you will fully understand that stat.
Correct.
139.
In the 60 bed there for McEwan, but he's still left behind. But you just get the sense that Huntley's got no confidence in getting the job done
121.
here in leg 6, even though he's got this 2-treble lead.
Well, we picked up, didn't we, his average, that if he could have just gone to that 1 in 3 would probably be the high 80s. And we'll look at this game here. 10 scores of 100 or more, 4 scores of 140 or more. But again, it's the 15% checkout rate on the doubles that is causing him the problems.
48.
It's happening again.
Jim, you require 158.
He's outscoring Jim in pretty much every leg. But if he can finally get another double on the board, hitting this double 5,
96.
he will take us all the way to a decider.
10.
Not the kindest double on the board. Got to give it a crack.
Yeah, that's game
Yeah,
shot.
well done, Mike. That's a great shot.
Michael
Keep
Huntley.
yourself in this one. And for the second game in succession to start Wednesday, we're going the distance. But McEwan will have the throw.
Final leg is Jim the throw
And
first.
just to prove your
Game
point there,
on.
Matt, let's look at the scoring breakdown. He's got more ton pluses, more ton 40 pluses, and only the one maximum came from McEwan. That was his first throw of the match.
And with that in mind, favourite backers
48.
are going to have a nervy leg. Because that suggests that Michael is going to get more opportunities at the outer ring.
100.
See, this is why you've got to gamble responsibly, you see. You've got to do your homework first. If you are gambling today, please do so responsibly. We can't emphasise that enough. It's for over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information. But McEwan was a heavy
41.
favourite. But we just cast a little bit of doubt over that, didn't we? We are the analysts. We got to try and find the holes. And we thought that this one was
100.
a bit misty.
Yeah, sometimes you see a big price and it looks like it's a certainty, but certainly at this time of day, in this format, nothing is a certainty.
100.
Especially when we've got this data to back it up and we can see sort of the backstory.
Not to mention the fact that I know it's a small matter, but Mike is 5 years younger.
121.
So he might feel just the tiniest bit fresher today. He's got this lead of 132 points, but how many times in this match has he had a 2-treble lead in a leg?
He's outscored Jim
98.
in every single leg. Other than leg 1. If he finds a 140 here, which he cannot do now, could have put himself into a perfect position. That will do just as well.
122.
I was just going to say, if he gets a single there, it makes the next shot a lot trickier. Now, McEwan's only going to leave 114 at best,
60.
and he doesn't even get there.
Michael, you
So
require
Huntley can
58.
bring the guillotine down on game 2 for his 6th point of the week.
18.
He may have to
Jim,
wait.
you require 154.
He would be expecting to come back. To himself this opportunity in the scoring phase. He will come back. Be a bit of a acca buster on the first time of asking.
Is that a relation to Chris
57.
Akabusi?
Michael, you require 40.
Great 400-metre hurdler, by the way, if you don't know who Chris Akabusi is. Well, there's only one hurdle left for Huntley. Doesn't have to get over it, needs to get in it. Double 10. Oh,
20.
wow. That is now
Jim, you
20
require 97.
shots missed at a double in this match.
And he nearly hit the 1, didn't he? That is a long way off for Jim McEwan. Can still recover this with a treble. And that's a long way off as well. Throws the last one
11.
away in disgust.
Michael, you
Huntley
require
comes back
20.
to wrap this up.
Really hasn't been a shining light of a first game for these guys. Whoever wins it is going to be breathing a sigh of
Game,
relief. And it's Huntley who
shots,
gets the
and
win.
the match, Michael
Incredibly,
Huntley.
it's now a 4-point gap at the top. And how those results could have been very, very different. The averages are very similar in the end, but look at that from Huntley. 20 missed darts at a double, and he still gets the points. Foot of the table, that's one of the only bright sparks of that second game of the day. So over to Kevin Garcia and James Hurrell in match number 3. Come on, lads. Give us something better than that. That's coming up after the break.
Well, 2 games down here on the final day of action in Group A. And Jim McEwan, who may have needed to keep the pace with Robert Owen, who won the first match, has failed to do so, beaten by Michael Huntley in the second. And look at those averages there. That tells a tale of its own. Didn't live up to the level of the previous match. McEwan did start the match with a 180, but in truth, it all went downhill from there, and maybe Michael Huntley will feel that he got a little bit lucky against Chucky in that one. We'll see how that affects the group table. As I mentioned, well, it could have been totally different, couldn't it? Robert Owen was 3-0 down himself in that opening match. McEwan unable to keep the pace, 4 points behind, and now James Hurrell can go level on points with Jim McEwan when he takes on Kevin Garcia in the next one, and probably needs a perfect day if he's got designs on top spot on toppling Robert Owen. Hurrell in action in our next match. The third game is his meeting with Kevin Garcia, a man he's beaten twice already this week, and both of those victories were a 4-2 scoreline for James Hurrell. Here he is getting the better of Garcia on Monday. So after that result from Jim McEwan in the previous match, and it would have been more so if Owen had have lost when he was 3-0 down in the opening, but Hurrell probably still is in the race. It's going to be more difficult after that opening win for Owen, but let's see how he is approaching the final day of action in Group 8.
James, nicely placed, but still a little bit of work to do today.
Oh, too much work to do today from after the first day, but yeah, just 2 silly games yesterday. Let myself down. Can just go again today.
It's a tough group though, but being competitive and the performances.
Apologies, we can't hear from James Hurrell there, but I can assure you that he's feeling positive about today's task, and the task begins with a third meeting of the week against Kevin Garcia. Can he make it a hat-trick and close the gap on top of the table, Robert Owen, and maybe even leapfrog Jim McEwan, which he can do if he gets a victory by a decent margin. I have to just tip my hat to Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar before we throw to them in commentary, because they did point out that it wasn't a certainty that Jim McEwan would win that match, and they are proven to be right. I'm sure that's the only time I'll get to say that today, but well done, boys. Let's see what you think about this one.
Thanks for your confidence, Murph. Really appreciate it. Well, in this one, we may be sticking our neck out in leg one. We'll assess what could possibly happen here, but Storm is now up against Hillbilly. Sounds intriguing. And Garcia yesterday had a much better time of it, the 40-year-old from St. Helens. Got himself a big out. Got himself 4 points. His average actually came down from Monday to Tuesday, but he managed to get himself a couple of wins, which will have made him feel so much better. He had the biggest out of his week for 164, but it wasn't the biggest out of the day because Jim McEwan got a 170, of course. But Hillbilly Hurrell has got an urgent task in his first 2 games here on Wednesday.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw
there's
first.
one stat that really is glaring when you look at Kevin Garcia. And if you look at his stat from day 1 to day 2 on the checkout percentage, day 1, just 18%. Yesterday, 54%.
43.
Which is better than 1 in 2. Now, the average suggests it takes him a long time to get down to there, but once he gets there, he's dangerous on the doubles. If you could combine Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley, we'd have a great player on our hands.
Kevin Huntley.
140.
Like tag team of darts.
Yeah, Michael Garcia.
Used to do that in the wrestling, didn't he? Had one guy who come in and did everything, one comes in for the big power move at the end. That'll be...
Got a good example of that?
Legion of Doom.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even do that on purpose.
41.
Phil Bars right now is making a graphic with the Legion of Doom and putting Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley's heads on the Legion of Doom.
Now, before we go into this match in huge detail, did you have the spiky shoulder pads as a kid?
I've still got some.
You've still got them? I'd never got them. And you've still got them?
59.
Unused set as well.
Oh, you and I have got to talk.
I'm a really terrible collector.
You sound like a really good collector, judging by what you've just said. But what I did want to say in leg one for James Hurrell here is that, yes, he is 6 points behind Robert Owen in the race for the top spot.
96.
But a win against Garcia is paramount. But he does play Owen after this in Game 5. Round 2 of our matches gives him that chance to peg Owen back. But he must get the win first against Garcia, and that's an ideal start.
Yeah, we didn't get to hear the interview from him, but one thing about the Super Series is the technology that's coming through is great. And if we've got the ability now and the technology to silence James Hurrell, have we got the ability to do that to Richard North for the rest of this week?
Now, we do have some
42
somewhat mythical branded gear here at the Super Series. We have the MODUS Super Series Abacus, of course, which comes out usually on days like today.
59.
But I don't think we have any branded duct tape.
I think if anyone managed to get the bit of equipment to silence Richard North, you'd make a lot of money selling it. Anyone who's in his company.
You remember that movie Click with Adam Sandler?
Yes.
There used to be a mute button on that. Maybe we can mute Richard. We love you, Rich, but you do talk a lot.
180.
Lovely to hear that call from Marco Meyer, especially if you are a James Hurrell fan, or indeed James himself, because that is his first maximum of this contest, meaning he has now got 17 for the week. Makes him the leader, 60. I believe. Just going to check to see how many Robert Owen got in his first game, because he did get some, didn't he? He got 2 of them, which means Robert's on 15 for the week, so the 180 charts. Number 1 right now is Hurrell on 17.
Just start the day well, James Hurrell. Got a couple of good averages.
96.
Started yesterday really well, 3 wins, and then just sort of tailed off towards the back end.
Do you think that was a reflection of who he played as opposed to how he played? Because he was given an
97.
awful
James, you require
draw for Monday
48.
morning, getting the big hitters. It's not a question of who he plays today. He's got to beat them all.
Going to move to try and get this one down the barrel.
Yeah, that's
a
game
great
shot in the
dart.
second leg.
That
James
was really
Hurrell.
blocked. He had to come right the way over to the right and slid it to the left.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw
Well,
first. Game on.
He did have a tougher end of the day yesterday in terms of the players, but his levels dropped drastically. Seen him start the day with an 86 average, 4-2 win over
42.
Michael Huntley, a 99 average in his win over Shane McGuirk, a 93 over Kevin Garcia. Gives him a running average of over the 90 for the day.
85.
And then dropped down to an 83 and then into the 70s for his last one.
Yeah, maybe just feeling the pinch a little bit yesterday with
59.
the rigours of 5 matches a day. But the more you do it, I don't know how you feel about this, Matt, but I always found, especially at Q schools, that the more you play day in, day out, the longer days become easier. Yes, you feel tired, but the ability to keep maintain concentration and a high performance level, it just does get easier the more you play, because you do have to be darts fit.
Very true. And obviously, if you're playing longer days, it means you're winning more.
135.
This is a very, very decent performance from James. High 90s average.
57.
Thoroughly outscoring
James,
his
you
opponent.
require 141.
Well, it's as if he's looked at the stats and the data and gone, 50% Kevin Garcia. I'll just not let him have a dart at a double.
Makes sense.
129.
He's not going to get a dart at double in leg 3 by the looks of it. This is more like it.
140.
Trying to get his first
James,
180 since
require
Monday.
12.
It fails to do so. And Hurrell comes back for 13 darter. Getting closer.
No score.
Not close enough.
Kevin, you require 116.
Now, are we saying because his doubles percentage was over 50% yesterday that it's more likely he's going to hit this and miss it?
Yeah,
Oh,
game
well, there he
shot in
goes
the
and
third
proves
leg.
it.
Kevin
Beautiful
Garcia.
out from Kevin. 140 followed by that 116. Just a bit of proof that
Forward leg
this
is
lad
James
from
to throw
Merseyside can
first.
throw.
Game on.
The tactic failed. I said to James, we said there, didn't we? Just don't give Kevin a dart at a double. And unfortunately he did, and Kevin keeps this incredible record going on the outer ring.
140.
I just noticed that James Hurrell today is wearing a pair of what look like very comfortable shoes.
100.
I don't know how you feel about this. And I found this in my career, that the right shoe would always be ruined well before the left shoe. And you might wonder why. Well, it's because of the amount of time that shoe is against an ocky. The toes would always get marked up.
He didn't hit a 180 yesterday. And that's his
180.
first of today. So it's the first one since Monday. But he's warming to the task. A 116 out has really brought it to life.
60.
Now starting to find the trebles as well.
Well, James Hurrell has got another problem. And it's to do with leg difference. Because he currently sits at +5.
57.
Robert Owen's at
James, you require
+19.
161.
It's not just the points he's got to bridge. He's got to start beating people like Garcia by 4 legs to 1 or 4 legs to 0. That is the comfort that Owen's given himself after 3-4-0 victories
43.
yesterday.
Gavin, you require
Remind me
164.
about shoes. I've got a funny story.
Okay.
I'll tell you at the start of the next leg.
56.
Oh, that one was a bit
James, you
snatchy
require 118.
towards the end from Kev. Oh, he's from Liverpool, or St Helens, I should say. Ah, Kev.
58.
There's a few
Kevin, you require
Merseyside darts
108.
fans saying, go on, Kev. 48 for tops. And that one has missed the goal by
46.
quite some distance.
James, you require 60. 50.
If Kevin Garcia was
Kevin,
from
you
Newcastle, it'd be
require
war, Kev.
62.
What would it be around your neck of the woods?
Right now, it'd be opportunity, Kev. Because he's going to get another dart.
22. James, you
Well,
require
there's the one he misses.
10.
That puts him bang on 50%.
There you go. James, don't miss again. Kevin's not gonna.
Yeah, that's
Oh, that's a
short than the
lovely
forward
little
line.
caress,
James
isn't it?
Hurrell.
To get that double five and a huge sigh of relief for Hillbilly Hurrell with a 3-1 lead now, and
Fifth flag,
4-1
it's
is still a
Kevin to throw
possibility.
First. Game on.
Come on then. Shoe story incoming.
Right. So, someone put a tweet out and said, what is something you hate about
58.
modern day darts? And I put wearing trainers with trousers. Wasn't too much of a fan of it. And then I went to Southampton for what was then the Live League. And I'd finished the session and it was really
60.
hot day. It got very hot in that room. So I thought, I'll go down to the seafront before going back to the hotel. I'm going to lay down and cool off for a bit. So I went down, took my shoes off and everything else,
97.
laid down. And when I woke up, the sea had come and took away one shoe. So I had to walk through Southampton with one shoe on
60.
and then get up to play the next day, but forgot that I didn't have any shoes. So I wore my trainers. And yeah, I got a few comments. What happened to trainers and shoes, Matt?
54.
Literally about a week after. It was like the gods was just trying to do me in.
Well, on the back of that, I've got a really good shoe story. I went to Barnsley for some Pro Tour events a few years ago. And sometimes when you're packing your bags and then unpacking them all the time, like we do on our
51.
circuit, you do make some errors. And one time going to Barnsley, I took 2 odd shoes. And there was no way I was walking into that room with 2 odd shoes on. So I went to a local bargain shoe shop and got some
59.
shoes, and they were so painful. I played terribly that weekend. But I made the mistake of telling Darren Johnson and some of his friends that I had packed odd shoes, and everybody was laughing at me the whole weekend. So I've got a bit of sympathy for you, Matt.
40.
Big man of your fashion as well, as we've seen this morning. We've seen your maybe Christmas jumper.
The baby Christmas jumper. Maybe I'll wear that to the Super Series Christmas party.
139.
Well, there's Kevin Garcia going to party like it's 1994.
100.
That was a good year for
Kevin,
darts,
you
wasn't it? We got 2 world
94.
champions, John Parton, Dennis Priestley. First time it's ever happened. Was he caught in 2 minds there as to what to do?
36.
If he was, he landed bang in the middle of them. Should get a return back at the 58, which should, if he stays straight with that, give him 2 darts at the double, which is what the stats
100.
suggest he needs
Kevin,
to
you
win a leg.
require 58.
He does like tops. That is a good lie.
38.
And that has just hit the
James, you
dart.
require
And
90.
come low and handed James Hurrell an opportunity to get this wrapped up, but get this wrapped up with a decent leg difference.
Stay straight. He can't. And can't recover.
38.
Any dart
Kevin, you
player
require
at this
20.
level will be livid that they don't get a shot at double from 90 there. Particularly the WDF world number 1 right
that's
now,
game short and
who's
the
now
fifth
been
flag.
pegged back.
Kevin Garcia.
Could well be another game that goes the distance in round 1 of our matches today. It's going to be a long one today, so
6 flag
make
is
yourselves
James to
comfortable.
throw first.
Things are just
Team.
getting interesting. If you want a third dart shoe story, how about the fact that James Wade once said to me
32.
that he would never wear a pair of dart shoes that cost less than £200.
Sounds like your T-shirt and jumper collection, doesn't it?
What are you saying about me again?
57.
Yeah, he used to wear brogues, didn't he, James Wade? But then he's started wearing more comfortable shoes lately. I think the £200 rule has gone out the window. I'll never, ever forget the first time
100.
I saw James Wade at a World Championship. I played him in the quarterfinals in 2009, and he walked in the practice room. There's me, black trousers, red dart shirt, all in full
58.
darting regalia. James walks in, grey sweatpants, Ugg boots, and a pink V-neck sweater. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
100.
When it comes to fashion, I'm just whatever's cheapest. Whatever's on sale, that'll do.
96.
Who do you think is the most stylish person on tour that you've seen? Just out of curiosity.
In the modern day or
Yeah.
in general? Do you know what? In the modern day, and we've seen a lot more younger players come through, it's becoming much more common now, isn't
99.
it? That people will go. It's more like the older brigade, like sort of my age or older, like Daryl Gurney, for example, people like that just do not care
58.
about the
James,
fashion.
you require
It's whatever's cheapest, we'll have
170.
that.
I would concur that maybe Daryl Gurney is the least stylish. He'd rather wear a pair of shorts and a basketball top. But for the full one, he's not going to go for it.
138.
Oh, I was just laying him up right there for a nothing but net shot. And he goes and hits the ring.
I'd 100% have gone for that because there's nothing better than winning a match on
73.
170.
James, you require 32.
I've not heard that story. You'll have to tell me it later. Could it be when Hurrell gets the win? Well, 99, and he doesn't have to go for it if he doesn't want to because Garcia's on 159. That's probably what he's thinking about right here. I think he's going to split it.
16.
I like that play.
You can get in a bit of a mess, can't you? Chasing things around the board, and he's avoided that there. We'll come back on the 16s, or 16.
See, that's why he's the England
64.
captain. You see, he makes
James, you
good
require
choices.
16.
He's a choice that pays off.
8.
Not yet.
Kevin, you require 95.
You sort of get the feeling now that if Kevin takes this,
Yeah, that's game
Which he
short of the
does.
6 flag.
that
Kevin
even a
Garcia.
win now for James Hurrell, the damage has been done by Kevin in terms of the legs.
Yeah, it's all getting a bit stormy in game 3 here.
Throw first.
And I suppose
Game on.
the question has to be asked, if we're talking about silly things related to darts today, because we've got plenty of time to do so. If Garcia was to make his way to Saturday night, his walk-on song would have to be something by
100.
Stormzy. Not that I know any of Stormzy's songs. I'm way too old for that stuff. We know Hillbillies, though, don't we?
100.
Hillbilly rock, isn't it?
It was quite funny, actually, because a couple of weeks ago, I went upstairs and Abby said, "Oh, I've got this song stuck in my head." It was Mark Dudbridge Flash.
131.
And I went up there the other day and James Hurrell was last on and that Hillbilly Rock song was on. I said, "At least this ain't catchy. You're not going to get this stuck in your head." I got it stuck in my head. And I think it's because I
60.
referenced it that it just kept playing. I'm like, oh, why did I have to do that?
A bit of that advert for the World Championship when they're all humming the...
45.
Everybody's going to start doing that soon. It's a bit like humming the MODUS Super Series backing track, which I have done on
100.
many occasions.
It's firmly engraved in my brain, that song.
You get the feeling that Kevin Garcia is
91.
doing a lot of damage for James Hurrell's chances. I don't think, and I think you agree with me here, Matt, that Hurrell can't afford to lose anything today.
43.
Right now he's in danger.
Kevin, you require 134.
Of losing his first match. He's had chances to get this wrapped up. He's had many match starts.
Huntley's already won today. Garcia's looking like a winner by 4 legs to 3. The guys who aren't going to qualify through the group are looking like the spoilers.
140.
And this would be another
Kevin, you require
bookie
40.
bashing selection. James Hurrell, big favourite.
Game, shot, and the match.
That's exactly what it is. The last two games gone completely against the odds. Kevin Garcia, who wasn't able to get a win on day one. He got 2 wins yesterday, and he started his campaign off with a win today again. Good on the outer ring, you'll see there, 44.44%. All turned around when he got that big finish. James Hurrell had plenty of chances to get that wrapped up, but couldn't get it over the line. And Kevin Garcia ends the first round of fixtures today with a victory. We'll now start our second round of fixtures with Shane McGuirk coming back to play against Jim McEwan.
Welcome back. Well, we are getting our full quota of matches of legs today, aren't we, in each match? All of them 4-3. And the last one, something of a spoiler once again, as Kevin Garcia got the better of James Hurrell. Hurrell had opportunities to win the match. He led it 3-1, but Garcia turned things around with that 116 checkout and went on to win the game, pick up his first 2 points of the day and make it very, very difficult for James Hurrell to climb to the top of the table. It could have been a set of 3 spoilers in the opening fixtures today, because Shane McGuirk was 3-0 up, remember, against Robert Owen, but he did manage to turn that one around, and that's why he's sitting pretty now at the top of the pile after both Jim McEwan and James Hurrell failed to pick up victories in their opening matches. You see their wins for the bottom two, Garcia and Huntley, in their opening games today. Maybe just playing with a little bit of pressure off and getting used to the format here, the two ADC qualifiers. Well, coming next it is Jim McEwan against Shane McGuirk, and McEwan has won both meetings between this pair so far this week. Going to take a look at him doing exactly that right now. He took out 81 to get the better of Shane on Monday. Perfect bullseye finish for McEwan to do that, and he triumphed on Tuesday as well. A little bit more simple with the finish there, double top to get over the line. But he did lose his first game today, as I mentioned. In fact, both players lost their first games today. McEwan, well, in between the posts, that was not Not much help, was it, the first 2 darts in getting over the line there, but the last one, bang on the money. But he really does need to be on the money for the rest of the day today because it's a difficult start. He was below par in the opening match. Shane McGuirk as well will be feeling a little bit bruised after letting slip a 3-leg lead against Robert Owen. So Marco Meyer will preside over the action in this one, and Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar will describe it.
Thanks, Murph. Yes, it's a very interesting game for a couple of reasons. One, because it could well be last chance saloon now for Jim McEwan to stay in the race for this Group A title here in week 1 of stage 2. He's got a bit of a deficit when it comes to leg difference as well, but Matthew Edgar and I have just looked at the odds for this game, which present maybe a little bit of value for this young man from Ireland, because McEwan was really not at the races in his first game, losing it by 4 legs to 3 against Mike Huntley with an average in the mid-70s, and that's not Jim.
It was
First
him
leg,
in the
it's
last
Shane
game of yesterday,
first.
though, as well.
Game on.
77 in his last game against James Hurrell. So his last 2 games, he's sort of been in that mid-70 range, where
99.
Shane McGuirk will have the slight advantage of throwing first, but also what we saw of him in that game with Robert Owen, 96 average and an incredible level of performance. The concern though for Jim is not so much the average, but how he's going about it. Swaying off that 20 line is the first thing you'll learn in darts, staying vertical. And he's losing that line.
55.
You ever thrown a dart when you've been horizontal? Anyone ever dared you to do that in an exhibition or anything like that?
I think it'd probably make a good video.
And see, me, I'm just giving you excuses for content, you see, for the Edgar YouTube channel. What's the weirdest thing someone's asked you to do in an exhibition then? Oh, great start from McGuirk.
To swap tops with them. But the problem was it was like a 5'1" woman, so I wasn't fitting in that.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a dicey one.
96. Shane, you require 167.
I've hit doubles from some very precarious positions. Tops of bar stools and things like that.
139.
That great start from McGuirk gets even better as he leaves double 14 after 12. We said there might be value in Shane McGuirk for this one. He's showing why.
140. Shane, you
Nice double
require
this one,
28.
14s. Sort of find these 14s, 11s, the 6s, they're all quite nice. Have to move if this one's going to be nice. Got to open up the bed.
14. Jim, you require
Jim returns
88.
for an opportunity.
He's not getting a look at double 14. But he is getting a look at the bull.
63.
Not a bad try.
Shane, you require 14.
Can't press the red button. Shane looking for the red segment. Again, he's got the same problem.
No score.
Just too much in the way.
Jim, you require 25.
Yeah, didn't fancy that one. Didn't look inviting. And what it does do is invite Jim to get a break a throw.
One. Shane, you require 14.
Misery continues for Jim McEwan.
Misery for McEwan. And a split there.
Yeah, that's
And it's
came
double
short in
two
the first
found.
leg.
Interesting
Shane
play,
McGuirk.
but was he going for the 6? I wonder. That's the beauty of the 10 and the 6. If you've got a number like 14,
Second leg
if you
is
do
Jim
miss
to
your
throw
target,
first. Game on.
you do have a banker on the other side of the wire. Let me tell you a little story about precarious position I hit a double from when I was in Canada 3 years ago. I was over there with Jeff Smith
60.
doing a tour of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Prince Edward Island. Great stuff. Went to a town called Moncton.
123.
And there was a small darts club there, and they'd heard in the previous couple of nights that I'd hit doubles from the tops of chairs, tops of bar stools. It had made its way to Twitter, so everybody knew about it. And they're asking me, what are you going to do tonight? And I said, give me a challenge. So the person who arranged the exhibition that night was called Mitzi. And she was a lovely-looking lady. And she said, I want you to hit this double top standing
81.
on my back. And I thought, right, hold on a second. I'm not going to do this. And Jeff just taps me on the shoulder and said, it's fine, she can take it. She's a mixed martial artist. She's very strong. So I somewhat reluctantly stood on Mitzi's
60.
back and hit the double top and got off really quickly. But when I stood on her back, I realised she had more muscles than I did.
$44.
The stories from the tour. Just love to tell them.
There's many probably won't be able to tell, isn't there?
Correct. We may have to wait for an evening session and some sort of commentator's purge day.
96.
This really isn't Jim's day so far. I don't want to be unkind to all the players,
51.
but nobody has really turned up yet apart from Robert Owen and Shane McGuirk in the first game. Since then, the averages have plummeted.
Which pretty much is reflected in the league table with Robert Owen just pulling away at the top.
He said he looks a little bit like Keegan Brown. I'd say he's a bit of a mini Hendo.
98. Jim, you require 140.
Not giving him the highest of compliments, are we?
Look, Hendo's one of my best pals. What are you on about? Pay Jim a compliment if he hits double 10.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
good.
you can have it, Jim. What a beautiful finish. Out of the blue as well. That came from the clear blue sky. Well, the sky's not blue outside. It's actually grey. But it still came out of the clear blue sky.
It's the combination, isn't it? You look like a cross between Keegan Brown and John Henderson.
80.
I know them both really well. They're both really good friends of mine. But it's not how you look on the outside. It's how you are on the inside. Both of those guys got massive hearts.
Keegan Brown, obviously, during lockdown, and that did that amazing charity run, didn't he? For
60.
The NHS got quite a big purse put together for that.
Yeah, absolutely. The last couple of years have been big for Hendo and for
58.
Keegan. Hendo winning the World Cup for Scotland. He's got a bit of a fight on his hands if he wants to keep his tour card right now, though. And this, of course, is a bit of a... I don't want to say it, a safety net, because that's the wrong way of putting it, but it's an extra chance to rebuild your darting confidence if you do come off the tour and don't get your card back. So there is a possibility we may see some established stars from the tour next year here. I don't want to say too much because I've apparently offended some of them by saying that they might make their way to something like this.
Well, Keegan was one of those players, weren't he? It looked almost certain to lose it, and then he won a Pro Tour, which put him in the World Championship, the Players' Championship, and he now looks pretty much safe for another extension.
Yeah, good for him.
96.
It's always said to me that moving from the Isle of Wight was never a possibility. And I said, surely being on the mainland will make things easier for you to get to and from tour events. And he said the perfect reply. Why would you want to move from the place that gets the best weather all year round?
Shane, you require 127.
Right, okay, you win. But who's going to win leg 3? No 127 and game for Shane.
45. Jim, you require 105.
Like tops, Bullseye 25 is a decent option here, but he's not going to go that route. He's going to stay old school.
$65. Shane, you
did a few
require
videos
82.
on lookalikes, and there was someone showed me a Keegan Brown lookalike once, and he asked me not to share it on the channel. I'll share it with you.
Okay. Well, Shane is not sharing a third leg win with us because he went 42 first on 82. I don't know how
42.
you feel about that, but I think that
Jim,
was,
you require 40.
I don't know, a bit of a 33% play, whereas the other 67% should have been at the
short and a
ball.
bird line.
And it has
Jim
cost him,
McEwan.
because McEwan has got himself off the floor and is now leading after losing the first leg of the
Forward lag is
contest.
Jim the throw first. Game
Well, the
on.
82 shot, you probably, unless you get the treble, you're going to have to utilise the ball. If you use it with the first one and get the 25, you still get a dart at the double with 17 to tops. Where if you go 14s first and you miss the treble, you're probably going to have to go 18 to
98.
finish on the ball. Ball obviously being the smallest target on the board. I'd love to see one of the stat boffins out there give us a
One
bit
on
of
the 40.
some numbers on what the likelihood is by surface area going 82 by the bullseye route first rather than last.
It's an interesting call.
37.
We go on the fact that leaving the bullseye with the last dart is not as beneficial as leaving tops. That's what it's all about.
100.
When you hit something, you look like a genius, but we have these preconceived ways of getting things, which we think is just a bit more likely.
96.
I've got a question for you, Matt, about Shane McGuirk, because he's not going to qualify through this group right now, and he's playing his debut week. He doesn't know the complexities of how it feels to
49.
play in Group B as opposed to Group C, whereas you've played in both. You've played in a Group A as well. So he doesn't see the benefits inherently of one against the other.
One
So
on
what
the
is his
40.
motivation today now with 4 games left?
He hasn't experienced the benefits, but he'll know of the benefits. I remember the first time I came here, I was in a Group A, and actually I
60.
didn't know what the
Jim, you
benefits
require
of anything was,
130.
but I kind of wanted to be in Group B, even though there was an automatic spot through to the Saturday.
Is that because you'd rather play darts at night than the morning?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not an early bird.
Wow. McEwan
120.
almost at it again.
Shane, you
He's had a
require
140 out in this
152.
match. Almost has a 130. McGuirk's not going to get a 152.
25. Jim, you require 10.
Is the engine of McGuirk just starting to puff and puff a little bit? Doesn't seem to be as efficient as the last couple of days. Double two.
Yeah,
And
that's been
McEwan
short
finds his
in the
way to
fourth
3-1.
line. Jim McEwan.
By hook or by crook, he has been the better player over the last 3 legs, but he has
Fifth flag,
survived a
it's
couple
Shane
of
to throw
scares.
first. Game on.
He was looking rattled for the first time at the back of the stage there. And do you know, there's just little bits you notice about people, isn't there? And if you notice now, that
100.
case is actually covered up by the towel. And there's silly little things like that, but it just shows less attention to detail.
I didn't think we'd be calling Shane McGuirk on the
100.
exposure of his case this week. But it's happening. You live by the standards that you set yourself, Shane.
But you do tend to find,
One
don't
on
you,
the
some people,
40.
like, I think it was Rob Cross gets on the stage and turns all his water bottles so the labels are facing the front, and just that care and attention to detail.
Have you not seen the exact process of the Getawin Price darts table?
Oh, is he another one as well, is he?
Oh, it's
59.
the water bottle is in the treble 20, I believe, because the top of the table sometimes have dartboards on them. So the water bottle is in the treble 20 position. The bottle cap is in the bullseye, and then in a
40.
perpendicular fashion, the case is facing him upwards. So everything is so precise. I like that because I'm big for things being perpendicular and having their place.
100.
So I'm definitely on board with what Gezi does. But I didn't live in this fancy era where you get your own table. We had to share.
60.
I had to share tables with the likes of Taylor and Wade and Anderson, who would encroach and steal your space. And In Phil Taylor's case once, he actually took James Wade's stemming flight and threw it away.
I was just about to say, for table etiquette, Phil Taylor didn't really share very much, did he? It was, you'd go on first, put your case down and everything, he'd come and get his arm and just shove it all to the side. There you go. Open his case 41. Out, bang in the middle.
Yeah, and he had a lot of chalk on his case as well, and I hated chalk because it would make my hands feel smooth. This is very useful.
128.
And he's doing well enough in this game. But the same can't be said for Shane, unfortunately. His performance levels have dropped a lot
80.
Since that first game. In fact, 56. His average has dropped by almost 22 points. Double top for McEwan for a 4-1 victory. To get within 2 points of Owen.
46. Shane, you require
that could
40.
Be costly. He's 12 legs behind in the leg difference. Every leg counts.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth leg.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of spark, a little bit of hope, a little bit of luck at times. Was that everything?
6 leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
Still in the game. And while you keep a player alive, they can come back and punish you.
I suppose depending on which part of Ireland
55
you're from, you'd say Shane's surname differently, wouldn't you? In Dublin, McGuirk, like that, or in Cork, McGuirk.
Some of
123
in Ireland surprised me. So I've seen some of them. This one's got an X in it. It's got this in it. And it's like, what's that? Oh, that's Ewan. How's that Ewan? It's got an X in it. It's like there's some weird ones like that.
You've been watching way too many YouTube videos about Irish names, haven't you?
Well, I get quite a few Irish people come on my channel, and there was one that was like Exogen or something, and I'm like, how do you pronounce that? Owen. Owen?
180.
Do you not remember a dog player called Egan O'Neill?
Yes.
He was a great player. And could I spell his name? No. McEwan's got to answer back with a max.
123.
And he's starting to get a little bit cheesed off with the fact that he hasn't had a max in this match.
Said if you keep a player alive, they can come back and hurt you. After 9 darts against the throw, Shane McGuirk has left 64. If he can take that 64 out, he'll be throwing first for the match.
And it would be another 4-3. We've had 3 out of 3 in round 1.
97.
And don't forget that McEwan
64.
Shouldn't really have lost to Mike Huntley in game 2.
$32. Jim, you require 105.
To finally get over the line. 105 points to go. Keep his hopes alive at Group A.
Got to get the treble 15 this time.
45. Feel likely. Shane, you require 32.
This has been a great leg from Shane. 12 darts to leave the double. He's had 1 dart at it already. He only needs 1 more. And we are going all the way. For the 4th time today, we go 4-3. But who is going to be coming off the victor?
7th final leg. It's Shane to throw first. Game on.
You look at all these results so far. Who does it benefit? Only one person. Robert Owen. Because if everything's close, Robert Owen's leg difference is never going to be touched.
58.
Well, Robert Owen is on next against James Hurrell, and you sort of get the feeling if Robert Owen wins that, he might as well go home. Because it'd be pretty much job done.
Rob decided, after speaking to Abby Davis on, I think it was on Monday, wasn't it? He was wearing his yellow shirt. That's right, it was Monday. He said that after being in Champions Week here last week, he saw it was pointless for him to go home and come straight back. It'd be an interesting call. If Robert Owen was to win this group, would he go home Wednesday night spend a couple of days with the
100.
family and come back for Saturday, or would he stay here and stay in that getting the rest and the sort of practicing and competitive mode and then go home Sunday? So it'd be an interesting question to ask him if indeed he does win this group.
It'd be very interesting as well, knowing that Wednesday is all-you-can-eat ribs night here in Portsmouth.
How do you know that?
I always know an all-you-can-eat.
Oh, then again, you did ask
140.
me when we were in Southampton, because you are a ribs magnet. You asked me one Wednesday to go out for all-you-can-eat ribs in Southampton. So is that your chosen meal of choice?
When it's all-you-can-eat,
83.
yes. Yeah.
Oh, so just one serving isn't enough? I think tonight I'm going to be crunching the numbers from Group A and maybe watching a bit of European football tonight alongside that number crunching and establishing who the favourites will be for the next couple of days, of course, because we will find out not only who wins this group today, we'll find out who's playing where for the next couple of days live on Sporty Stuff TV.
Jim McEwan hasn't played well for the last couple of games. He let Shane McGuirk back in. And then he's put a fantastic leg in here against the throw to try and wrap it up.
60.
4 match starts missed. 1 at tops, 1 at 10s, 2 at 12s.
85.
He does not want to miss 12s again.
24.
And he doesn't miss 12s this time.
And a match.
So he is within 2 points of Robert Owen at the top of the table. But what he needs now is a favour from James Hurrell, because Hurrell is going to play against Owen next. And if Owen keeps winning, there's nothing that Jim McEwan can do. But on the positive side of things, that's a better average. It's a better checkout percentage. And he did have that 140 checkout as well. So things are looking up for Chucky so far today. That match between Hurrell and Owen is coming next. It's not far away, so don't go far.
Welcome back. Well, once again, another 4-3 encounter here. That's 4 on the spin this morning here in Group A. It's still looking good for Robert Owen, but Jim McEwan has kept himself in contention, eventually getting over the line against Shane McGuirk. A match he could have won by a more handsome margin than 4-3, but a 140 checkout in there from McEwan, an improved performance on his first match, and I'm sure he will be pretty happy to have finally picked up a couple of points after a slow start to the day for the Scotsman. It's an important match coming up next. We'll have a look at the league table going into it, because Robert Owen is clear at the top and is maybe looking, as Paul said in commentary, for a couple of days off to go back to Wales after being here, of course, all last week. And this is an interesting one, really. It feels like it might be the last realistic chance to stop Robert Owen winning the group. In fact, defeat for James Hurrell here would rule him out of topping the table at the end of the day, and it would become a two-horse race between Jim McEwan, who has kept the pressure on with that victory in second place, but Robert Owen, of course, with a win, can restore a 4-leg cushion. So it is Hurrell against Owen, and Hurrell has got his work cut out. Owen has won both of their meetings so far this week. First of all, a 4-3 success on Monday for the Welshman, pinning that double 18 to get over the line. And then it was more emphatic for Stack Attack yesterday, living up to his nickname with this 80 checkout, climbing the ladder into double top to defeat Hurrell for the second time on the spin. And Hurrell will be looking to put right the defeat in that opening match this morning, needing to win to stay in contention. As I said, Robert Owen will feel that a win here and he will have one foot in finals night. So let's go back to the boys in the box to talk you through this one.
Thanks again, Murph. Yes, biggest game of the group so far. You'd have to say it, because Robert Owen has got everything in the palm of his hands. Not just in a points situation. Yes, he's only 2 ahead, but this is his game in hand on McEwan and Hurrell. And if he can stop Hurrell from getting points, he will be too far ahead of the England captain. And he could re-establish that 4-point cushion over Jim as well. But that leg difference so far at plus 19 to add to the 18 points that he's got, it's glaring off the page.
First leg is James to throw first. Game on.
Part of that comes down to the head-to-head that they had yesterday. 4-0. Robert Owen taking that one. Got 4-3 victory
82.
over him on the first day.
Yeah, an 85 average in that 4-0 victory. Not his sparkling best. That 80 checkout that we illustrated before the match began,
83.
that was the biggest checkout of that game. But Hurrell only got 2 shots at a double. That's never going to win a match.
And when that's against an 85 average, that suggests
42.
that he just wasn't scoring.
I'm going to put you on the spot right now, because I think we both think that Robert is going to get the job done.
81.
Maybe not in this match. That's not a sure thing, but we think he's going to get through to Saturday via this group today. What do you see as James's
100.
best chance of making it? Group B?
Yeah. It's where you want to be, isn't it? Group B obviously has the advantage in terms of the qualification places, but
140.
also has it in terms of less games that you have to play. You've only have to play 4 games rather than 5. Sometimes those 5 games, depending on how the draw goes, can be stretched.
100.
A lot of the time we have the same player playing in the first game, playing in the last game, which means across the whole day, your games are going to be quite spread apart.
121.
With that Group B, your games come a bit quicker and faster. It's definitely the place to be.
Yeah, when I played in Group B a couple of weeks ago, I was fortunate enough to
97.
start my campaign in Game 2 and be finished by Game 8. So it was only game on, game off, game on, game off. And I loved that aspect. There was a pattern to the evening.
56. James
Wow,
should
I said that
require
80 was the biggest checkout between these two yesterday. It's time for Hurrell to do the same number.
$40. Robert should require 20. Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Every
Robert
single
Owen.
leg now for Robert Owen just moves him closer and closer. I think if he takes this match,
Second leg, it's Robert to
it's
throw
pretty much
first.
done.
Game on.
Because then Jim McEwan's going to have to hope that Robert Owen pretty much loses all his games because he's not going to be able to draw level with him on
100.
points. The legs difference is going to go to Robert Owen.
And Rob has a sizable break between this and his next match. He's playing in match 9.
100.
That will be against Michael Huntley. And then he's got Kevin Garcia and then Shane McGuirk. In fact, no, it's Jim McEwan for him to finish up against. I do beg your pardon. Now, as a neutral, we're hoping that it goes the distance. And game 14 is a shootout between Stack Attack and Chucky, but I don't see that happening.
Especially when you see that he's got to play the 2 players that are propping up the table at the moment. Places 5th and 6th of his next 2 games. So the draws worked out quite nice here for Robert Owen just to get the job done, but
41.
Got to beat James Hurrell first. But Hurrell is not providing much resistance at the
45.
moment.
Just doesn't seem to be there today, does it? And you get days like that. But what we have seen in the past is that you don't have to have it in Group A.
140.
You just got to get to Saturday night and do it there. But sometimes the getting there is more difficult. I think we're always going to use
100.
the Kieran Tierney
Robert, you
angle.
require 40.
He was the first person to win under this roof on a Saturday night. And the week leading up to that, he played in Southampton and he didn't play that well.
Yeah, that's
But he
game
did
short
get
in
there.
the second leg.
And
Robert
Robert Owen is halfway there in this crucial 5th game of the day.
What we said earlier, isn't it? You
Third
keep someone
leg is
alive,
James
you
to
keep
throw
them batting.
first. Game on.
You never know what they're going to hit.
There you can see the angle of attack for James Hurrell. Slightly kinked to the right as that flight
134.
from the point of entry, whereas this guy, pretty much the opposite, kinking to the left majorly and an understacker
42.
method. I don't think there's anybody else in world darts right now who gets their darts to land the same way as Robert Owen.
If you actually look at most players' grip on the
100.
darts, it's not very often that people grip in front of the balance point, which is what Robert Owen does. When you do that, the dart's going to go, obviously, the opposite way.
I'll tell you who
60.
does. Was very rare. Darryl Gurney. When he's throwing his somewhat patented flatty dart when he's got his javelins
59.
sitting up, even more pronounced than James Hurrell has got with his darts here. But whenever he's got a 60 checkout, he tries to throw it as flat as Robert Owen by throwing it from the end of the barrel,
140.
and it clears the way for a natural double top afterwards. Well, what's really fascinating to me,
100.
and I mentioned this on Monday with you, Matt, is the compact nature of the Hurrell throw. It's very much elbow close to the ribs. There's not a great deal of range with the right arm. But that
99.
curling of the
James
hand
require
towards the
108.
end, towards his right ear, that's quite pronounced, isn't it?
And that's why you do get that little bit of a kick. Because if you're doing something in
42.
the process,
Robert,
that
you
is
require
off-centre,
160.
it's going to come through in the outcome once you've applied the force, which is the throwing of the dart.
Someone else who does something somewhat
100.
microscopically similar
James
to Hurrell
requires 66.
is another number one. Peter Wright does exactly the same.
Yeah, that's
a
game
great
short in the
check out from
third leg.
James.
James Hurrell.
That little explanation with the hands, as if to say, where's that been?
Forward leg is Robert to throw
It's an 18
first.
darter, and it gets
Game
him
on.
halfway back to Robert's position at 2-1 up.
He's going to need to find his scoring boots, though.
100.
Currently not registered a 140 or more in the opening 3 legs of this match. Has got 7 tons, but those jabs just don't tend to be enough against someone like Robert Owen.
Well, we're talking about throws that have the dart right
55.
of centre when they're drawing it backwards. I don't think anybody's done it better than Ronnie Baxter. Well, they're pronounced anyway. Peter Wright's had a better career than Ronnie Baxter.
100.
But Peter does it only a little bit, whereas Ronnie actually used to bring the dart back sideways and then let it go straight afterwards.
180.
Something Wayne Mardle used to as well, didn't he? He had a bit of a twist in the wrist, and he said when he stopped playing, he looked at it and was able to straighten that up, which is why he had a lot of fives during his career.
Yeah, it's really
100.
weird with Wayne because during his career, he was a fantastic, aggressive thrower with that whippy action. But he did have a bit of flight drift towards his right ear or his jawline. If you look at his throw now, it's better than it was before.
Like you say, that whip, that aggression in the throw, that can often compensate a little bit for an imperfection.
96.
Yeah, there
Robert
weren't many
requires
people better to watch
68.
than Wayne Mardle in his pomp against some of his England cronies and combatants from around the world. Well, that's 44.
Yeah,
And that's
James Shaw in the
24.
forward leg. Robert Owen.
I think a right smile there from the England captain as if to say, you didn't mean that.
People often ask
Fifth
me,
flag is James to throw first.
as a
Game
dart player, how do you count? Because you all seem to know everything. And I said, we don't. It's patterns. We know what we're doing. Case in point there. Robert Owen hit something he didn't expect to hit and went, oh,
96.
what do I want? What do I need? Has to check. Because it broke the pattern.
Yeah, it's colours. And it's how a lot of referees count as well.
140.
Now that flight's come off for Robert Owen. I sincerely hope it's one of those ones he can pop back on. I hope he didn't snap that stem.
Yeah, it looked like he's done with an all-in-one system, doesn't it?
100.
I think he's changing one of them. I think he snapped one. I think there was a time recently, wasn't there, that somebody snapped the stem towards the join of the barrel. And when you leave a little bit of plastic in the screw end, you've got to dig it out with the end of your
40.
dart. It does take some time. Yeah, stems are made with all sorts of different materials these days. Aluminium, carbon fibre, polycarbonate. There's all sorts of stuff out there. And this is, I love bringing this up.
58.
One time, Simon Whitlock came to a Pro Tour event and he'd made new stems with lolly sticks. And I said, Simon, they're not going to work. They're too light. Oh, I'm not going to do his accent, but he said, no, don't worry. I'll
66.
I'll make them work. Not as good as the perfect example of this from Staffordshire. Used to play for England. Les Capewell, big bloke.
140.
Used to make his own stems. Used to whittle them out of wood. I saw them once at a county game in 2001, I think it was. He was playing for the Staffordshire A squad. Great team.
45. James, you require
Les
107.
Capewell's stems were longer than Luke Humphrey's stems.
$55.
There's often that moment you just look at someone and go, you've got too much time on your hands.
A good thing is that Robert did have spares in his case.
68. James, you require 52.
And this is no strike, but it could be a spare for Hurrell that gets him this frame.
32. Robert, you
Took
require
out a
142.
massive 145 in his first game to save the match against Shane McGuirk. Can he take it a 142 for the win? Double 11.
Game.
That is magnificent.
And the match.
What a
Robert
finish from
Owen.
Robert Owen. And he puts more daylight between himself and the chasing pack. It may well be too much for them to do, because when he gets big finishes towards the ends of matches, he's hitting them. A 145 earlier, a 142 there, and another good performance. He's just better than everybody in this group today. He first averaged 94 in his first match. He's done it again, and he could be too good. It's as simple as that. It's the end of Game 5. We will end round number 2 with an all-ADC battle with Huntley against Garcia after this short commercial.
Welcome back into what's been a significant day so far at the Super Series. Paul Nicholson has been talking you through it in commentary with Matthew Edgar. And Paul, a really significant result for Robert Owen there, 4-1 against James Hurrell. Yeah,
very much so. It's a really good performance. I mean, the 142 at the end, incredible stuff from him. He just knows how to find that knockout punch, doesn't he? And as far as the performance level is concerned, he's so far above everybody else today so far. I think he's just really enjoying the fact that he's playing well. A 94 average for his first 2 games. He's going to feel really chipper about his position at the top of the table. 4 points ahead. Leg difference is so far ahead of everybody else. Job's almost done. Yeah, we can see that there. He is 4 points clear of Jim McEwan, and he's also just eliminated the next rival, James Hurrell, who is now playing to ensure he's going to be in Group B, because Shane McGuirk is just behind him as well. Yeah, the motivation for James changes now, because at the start of the day he's thinking, if I can get 10 points from 10, then I can have a couple of days off. Because I'm probably going to beat Robert Owen if I do get those 10 points. But now, because he can't qualify from this group, the motivation is surely just to keep his space in the top 3. Yeah, good win for Robert Owen. It seems that he likes to get his business done early. He won week 1 of the previous stage here at the Super Series as well. But attention now turns to the 2 ADC qualifiers, the ADC qualification system new for this second series here at the Live Lounge, and it is Huntley against Garcia. They've both had a win against each other so far this week. Paul, 4-3 here to Michael Huntley on Monday. But Kevin was going to get his revenge the following day, only after Huntley missed a dart, though, here, as we can see, for this 88. Yeah, 88's a decent opportunity to get the win, but obviously 7-7 wasn't kind to him. They've given us a really good amount of legs so far. So considering what we've seen this morning with 4 4-3s, I wouldn't be you know, out of the question for us to get another one. Well, just a final word on this ADC link-up then, because it is providing opportunities for amateur players to play at this sort of second tier of the darting system. It's more opportunities for them, and if you think about winning an ADC tournament in itself is a great thing for the likes of Terry Jenkins and Tony Newell recently, and Adam Atkinson's done fantastically well as well. But to have the opportunity to come here and do something else to progress further, it's really, really big as far as the statement that ADC are starting to make with this partnership with the MODUS Super Series. Well, let's see who will win the mini battle, because they've won 1 match each so far, Garcia and Huntley. Paul's going to head downstairs to talk you through the action, where he will join Matt Edgar.
Yeah, they both have won 1 game apiece. Both of those 4-3, and there's not really much that I can find that will help split these 2 apart. They've had pretty similar days. Kevin Garcia on day 1 losing all his matches. Michael Huntley then did the same yesterday. And then we look at the averages, and there's literally nothing in the averages. 84 and an 83. Checkout percentages are about the same overall. Obviously, Kevin Garcia had that incredible day yesterday. 54% checkouts. They both have played a game
first
already today.
First lag is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Both of them finding wins. Kevin Garcia 4-3. James Hurrell, which was a
140.
bit of a surprise and an upset, but the biggest upset of the week so far, according to the odds and according to the betting, would have been Michael Huntley's opening game against Jim McEwan.
81.
Where he wrapped that up 4-3. Took him 24 darts at the double, but his scoring power was too
60.
much for Jim McEwan. If he can find the trebles in this one the same way, he's going to get equal amount of darts at a double.
58.
But 4 from 24 is not a good return. Kevin Garcia.
81.
Back at yesterday. 54%. He's the total opposite. Give him chances he tends to take, and we said earlier, they'd make a good pairs team. Has Phil Barrs done that Legion of Doom graphic yet?
I don't know, I haven't checked. Maybe now that I'm back in the commentary box, it'll give me time to check. But you mentioned pairs. And every time the World Cup of Darts comes around, there's
57.
Not enough pairs.
Michael, you require 160.
Would you like to see pairs here?
I think it'd make an interesting week.
Stage is big enough now.
100.
Would it be pick your own partner or picked on your behalf?
Oh, I think we should leave that to the audience. What would you like to see? Is it
57.
random
Michael, you
partners,
require
or would it
60.
be chosen partners? Double top for Huntley.
40.
More misses
Kevin,
at
you
double,
require
which
108.
is something that's happened way too often.
At the start of the next leg, which might be very soon. And Kevin
Yeah,
Garcia,
that's game
we said
short
give
in
him
the
a shot
first
at double, he
leg.
takes
Kevin
it.
Garcia.
He's done it again there. It's another 100-plus finish there for Kevin Garcia.
Second leg, it's Kevin
Quite
to
a few
throw
of those
first.
yesterday.
Game on.
Got another one on the board today, 108, which doesn't give you much thinking time now to the question I was going to ask you at the start of this leg, which is, if it's pick your own partner, who are you going with?
97.
That's assuming that I'm actually invited to play. I've had some amazing pairs partners in my career.
60.
Even before I turned pro, I played with Chris Dobie's father, Gordon. Wow, what a player.
Quite often I see people say that Gordon was better than Chris.
59.
We may never know. We may never know. I also had Simon Whitlock as a pairs partner as well, but I'd like to give a shout out to someone that I made the semi-finals of the Australian Masters pairs with, a guy called Sean Gibbs back in Melbourne. Great player.
57.
You know who we lost to in that semi-final? Ian Brown and Simon Whitlock. And they went on to win the title, of course. That was back in 2008. But if I was to choose right now,
60.
it would have to be a player who hasn't got a tour card, right? So that would be a really difficult call.
134.
Can I ever like to think about it?
Yeah, because otherwise you just go Michael Van Gerwen.
I'd play with Mace.
Nice
Position in the
game
table,
short in
but
the second
Garcia's got
leg. Kevin
himself
Garcia.
2 legs in the bank here. Looking to win the head-to-head record between these two.
If I
Third
didn't know
leg, it's
better,
Michael to throw
I'd
first.
say Kevin
Game on.
Garcia was from Yorkshire. Reason being, the old Yorkshire dartboard. There is no trebles on the Yorkshire dartboard. It's all throwing at
60.
doubles or that really ridiculously small bullseye.
Yeah, it's the same as the Lincolnshire board, isn't it? Lincolnshire board's all black. It's one of my
140.
favourite things in my darts collection. I have a thoroughly used black Lincolnshire board. And it was a gift,
140.
actually, from a good friend of mine who lives in Lincolnshire called Mark Wilson, who somewhat lovingly walks around the dart circuit with a very small
43.
kiddie's backpack. It's got Lightning McQueen on it. It's one of the best things I've seen in the last few
85.
years. If you're watching, Mark, I hope you're well. See, that would be an interesting thing if we changed something. A different board.
140.
If we could go to the quad board again, or maybe one of the... Is it the Lancashire board that has less segments?
100.
I've seen that one, actually.
Aye, so you got to look at these different boards. There's a few out there from the old days.
I know there's a snooker and a golf dartboard.
There's a poker one as well.
Michael, you require 116.
All these weekly specials we could do.
This board's complicated enough, isn't it, Mike?
Yeah, that's
Not
game
this
short
time.
in the third leg.
That's more like it.
Michael Huntley.
15 darter. Seems so easy, but it really isn't. Good camaraderie between the two ADC
Forward leg,
fellas.
it's Kevin to throw first.
Garcia
Game
retains
on.
the throw. And it was actually another Garcia that I was checking out on YouTube a couple of days ago. The hand speed of boxer Ryan Garcia.
57.
I think something that's fair to say about both of these is they've raised it for this game. As you was on your way down, I was
100.
going through the stats and going through everything and saying I can't find anything to split the two. And you sort of felt if one of them could just raise it slightly, they'd get the win.
100.
It looks like both of them thought exactly the same.
Yeah, maybe there's a little bit of pressure off both players here. And when Huntley was playing against Jim
43.
McEwan earlier, he may have been feeling some of the pressure that Jim was under. And maybe the same for Kev against Hurrell in Game 3. Here, they're both in the same scenario, so they can just play.
59.
That camera angle is so good because it illustrates the kink on the darts of Garcia and the flat nature of Huntley. Very much like Johnny Clayton.
100.
Trying to get those skinny darts to land on top of each other.
And that angle will come from the back of the dart. Look at the flight. Look at the flight there of Kevin Garcia. It's more of a standard, nice big flight. But the smaller flight that Huntley is using will make the dart go flatter.
You used to use a flight like that, didn't you?
Kevin, you require
exactly that. I used to cut
145.
them down from a standard to see what I could get to and still throw them. So it worked and it went at the angle I wanted it to.
105.
These days you're more of a kite guy, aren't you?
Yeah, as age kicked in a little bit more and a few things change. Obviously things
54.
evolve and your throw
Kevin, you
evolves and the
require
body
40.
changes. So naturally you have to get the equipment to go with that.
He's going to go for the double 5.
35. Michael, you
He
require
was caught in 2 minds
144.
because he wasn't sure where Huntley was sitting. Now, Huntley's biggest finish of the week is 120. It will remain at 120 for at least
Kevin,
one more
you
leg.
require 5.
Desmond. Madhouse.
No score. Michael, you require
Infuriated.
101.
You need to try and get one of those references for every double on the board.
We'll do our best. Double 16.
69. Kevin, you require
He's so
5.
exasperated by missing doubles. It's really starting to show.
I'm not sure double 16 is quite as exciting as the Desmond or the Madhouse. It will be for Garcia if he can hit it.
1. Michael, you
I don't know whether you've
require
noticed, but Garcia's
32.
using those points that only have 3 edges at the bottom.
Yeah, that's game short in the 4th leg.
That's
Michael
4 legs
Huntley.
down, and things are tight once again because the 2 times they've played each other this week, it has been 4-3.
5th leg is Michael the
There's
throw
only been
first.
one match today that
Game
hasn't gone
on.
4-3. Okay, let's do it. Let's compile a list of the names for doubles around the board. Number 1 is Madhouse.
140.
Double 2 is Desmond. Double 3 is the Ashdown. Double 4.
59.
Don't tell me you didn't know it wasn't the Ashdown. Come on. Everybody knows it's double 3 is Richard's double.
100.
Double 14 is Mensur's house.
If that's the Ashdown at the bottom, does that mean tops has to be the Boris?
92.
Well, I suppose double 20's got tops, hasn't it? So it's got its own nickname. It's ubiquitous.
60.
If you want to compile your own list of the doubles, feel free to send it through to us.
96.
You might not have enough in the tweet space, but if you've got a good name for one of the doubles, please let us know at MSS Darts. Be really good to hear from you.
177.
That's more like it from Mike. Oh, what a beautiful leg this is. Could be on a 13 darter. And he's got company in the finishing zone.
140. Michael, you require 24. Yeah, that's game short in the 5th
Well, there you
leg.
have it. That's his best
Michael
leg of the week.
Huntley.
Previous to today, the best effort was 15. 3 different times.
6th leg, it's Kevin to throw
So
first.
things are starting to click
Game
maybe
on.
for Huntley. And his average is up towards 88, which is much better.
Yeah, both players raised it
96.
in this one. It's been a good watch. Been a good pace as well. I'm very worried about opening my Twitter account though now because I feel that the next game might be like calling a game of bingo.
125.
He's throwing it Downing Street or whatever the different ones are that have come through.
140.
Ooh, Downing Street. That's a good one for 10, isn't it? Wrong colour though. It's red, not black. Double 12 is Gary's, isn't it? Because he won 2 world titles on double 12.
100.
In fact, there's only been 1 world champion crowned on double 13, I believe.
The bust 180 has now turned to the Damon.
133.
Just don't talk to me about the 31.
60. Gavin, you require 132.
I had 31 left in a world championship game and hit double 15. Still haven't got over it.
92.
Nice leave there from Kev. What do you know? It's going to be 4-3 again. Unless Huntley hits a big score and Kevin loses his darts.
100. Kevin, you require 40.
Well, he may lose the match.
Michael, you require
If
160.
Huntley finds this. Whoever wins this match will go into 5th position on
78.
points.
Kevin, you require
They're both
10.
at 6 right now with massively negative leg differences.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
Garcia
in the
takes
6th
us the
leg.
distance once
Kevin
again.
Garcia.
You mentioned about if he loses his darts, that wouldn't be the first time we've seen someone lose the darts at the Super Series. Stephen
7-10
Burton
final leg. It's
dropped
Michael
one
the
down
throw
the smoke
first.
machine.
Game on.
Did you just say that Stephen Burton dropped one?
97.
Yeah, you see the square holes at the back of the stage there. Unfortunately for Stephen, he was at the players' table and one of his darts fell off the table into the hole.
96.
It was like a game of operation trying to find it.
100.
thing you want to do is put a set of spares together, which I had to do once at the Pro Tour. Turned up without me darts and drew Johnny Clayton.
Oh, well
100.
done.
Playing without darts, which was interesting. Different weights.
I once, between the Grand Slam and the Worlds, and this is something that
55.
really grinds me, because I always wanted to keep the darts that I used in my TV debut. And they were really, really nice ones too.
134.
When I was in between the Grand Slam and the Worlds, I went to stay at Kevin McDine's house in Northamptonshire. One of my darts went missing.
83.
I never found it. And I had to get a new set. Can you tell that I'm still angry about that?
97.
Really good leg here from Kevin Garcia to leave the 2 darter after just 12 darts. No one wants to
60.
finish bottom.
Kevin, you require 74.
Both players will be aware of that. This will put Kevin in a very strong position.
58. Michael, you require 106.
Mike had a chance at a 116 in the previous leg to finish the job here, but this is not going to happen. And Garcia, who
49.
hasn't been as good at the doubles in this
Kevin, you
match
require
as some
16.
previous matches. He's missed 14 shots. He's only given Huntley 6 shots in total in the match.
Game.
But that is a really
shot,
good
and
pure
a match.
dart.
Kevin
And that gives
Garcia.
Storm another win. So today he's undefeated. Is he going to have a really good day to feed himself into possibly a good Group C campaign? Things like that have happened before. 108 the highest checkout for Garcia, 116 for Huntley. But ultimately it's 3 games for these players and Garcia is 2-1 up. They may be playing each other again over the next 2 mornings to keep that record with a bit of a question mark next to it. That's the end of round 2. Shane McGuirk and James Hurrell will come back to start round 3, and we will describe the situation in the table when we come back.
Welcome back. Well, maybe a storm is brewing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And I'm not talking about the weather. Kevin Garcia winning both of his matches today and starting to show what he's capable of. Maybe he's going to make a run towards the end of the week. A 4-3 success against fellow ADC qualifier Michael Huntley. Garcia taking out 108 in that one in response to 116 from Huntley, but he restricted his opponent to just 6 darts at double compared to the 19 that he threw that ultimately gave him the opportunities to get that match won. That goes with his earlier win against James Hurrell, who is going to be in action next. We've just seen the second round of matches completed, and well, you can see that the first 5 out of the first 6 games went the distance, and you can see Owen is kind of disappearing into the distance at the top of the table. Jim McEwan, the only man that can catch him. It now becomes about getting into Group B for James Hurrell and Shane McGuirk. They're going to do battle next. Kevin Garcia, after that victory, though, he's still harbouring hopes. If he has a perfect day, who knows what could happen for him. But as I said, this really is a battle for Group B about to get underway. Hurrell, well, he has the advantage based on results in the last couple of days, hitting double 16 for this 4-2 success on Monday. And then he did it again, hitting double top on Tuesday to record the very same scoreline. So 2 wins from 2 against McGuirk, but without doubt, this is their most important meeting of the week. It is Ireland's Shane McGuirk against the England captain, James Hurrell, in a battle for B.
Third time we get to see these players today, and neither of them have registered a win yet. Shane McGuirk did have a fantastic opening game. He raced into a 3-0 lead against Robert Owen, but Robert Owen pegged him back. A massive 1-4-5 finish from him, and he took it 4-3. And then didn't produce anything like that level. Dropped off to a 77 average in his second game against Jim McEwan. James Hurrell hasn't really produced much since the middle part of yesterday. It looked like he was going to be challenging Robert Owen for the top with a 99 and 93 average in the middle part of the day, and then since has struggled to register anything more than the 83, which is the highest he's done over the last 4 games. So 2 players with question marks hanging over them at the moment. And I don't really have too many answers
60
in the direction this one could be going.
Yeah, that's a very fair assumption, Matt, because there's a lot on this game. Maybe not to the degree of winning the table. That's still down to McEwan
45.
and Owen. But let's say McGuirk does beat the England captain here. With 2 matches to go for both players, they will be tied on 12 points.
100.
And only one of them is going to make it through to Group B. It's going to be a real scrap on. Having said that, if Hurrell can get the victory here,
140.
he'll create a 4-point cushion between himself and McGuirk. With only 2 matches left, he'll look pretty rosy.
And when you look into what could be drawn into
100.
Different possibilities, Jim McEwan will be a James Hurrell fan right now, because that will knock Shane McGuirk out of his way for quite some time. If not, Jim McEwan still has to play James Hurrell and also Robert Owen.
140. 60. Shane, you require 101.
I'd like to dive into the psyche of Hurrell after this game is completed, because it might be over right now.
85. James, you require 156.
My word, there's a lot of upper body movement with Shane McGuirk. You see it in so many camera angles.
Yeah, especially dart 1. That leg comes back. The leg comes back. It moves the back hip. The back
Shane,
hip
you require
moves.
16.
Going to rotate the shoulder to the right.
I think there may have been too much there, even for him, to feel comfortable. Double 4. The golfer's double.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
Yes, we got to tweet about that in the break. Somebody called 4. The golfer's double, and I am totally on board with it.
Second leg is
well
James
done,
to throw
whoever
first.
tweeted that.
Game on.
Neil Ambler. was your tweeter for that one. Keep sending them in, guys. Let us know if you've got any names for doubles.
88.
Does that mean every time someone goes for double four, now we've got to shout 4? I so much want to commentate on Diogo
57.
Portela and go bullseye like a Brazilian goal. But yes, I wanted to dive into the psyche of James Hurrell because at the start of the week he learned that he's gone back to the #1 ranking in the WDF, and that will make him feel good, even though he didn't know it at the time. But
that leg, he's getting
60.
worse with McGuirk.
Is it really?
That went really far behind. Almost the toe came behind the line of the balance. We're probably going to see him have to regrip
100.
a few times here, like he had to do on that 888.
Oh yeah, it's starting to do a... Have you ever seen Adrian Lewis's back leg?
134.
It's firmly rooted, but it's a bent leg. He's almost going from one position to another, but he's in transit the whole time, which means that his balance on the front
140.
foot is not going to be secure.
And that might just be a sign of the pressure, because what he'll do with that is it'll just rotate the body, which will just give him a little bit more natural force in the throat.
216s for a 1-1 scoreline.
Yeah, that's game short in the second.
Much better
leg.
from Hurrell. A
James
15
Hurrell.
darter gets him back in this match. And more vitally stops McGuirk from getting an opportunity for
Third
that
leg,
2-0
it's Shane to
lead.
throw first. Game on.
What's the mindset right now of James Hurrell? Being the WDF #1, he's thinking, I'm the best in that system.
100.
His record speaks for itself this year. That's why he's at the #1 position. But how's he feeling about his week 1 challenge here?
100.
Can I be super critical?
That's what the microphones are for.
It should be better. #1 in that WDF
60.
system. Thousands of players worldwide. It is a honour not held by many people. It's a big honour. And I don't think he's got the amount of
60.
wins that you'd expect from someone who holds that crown.
Wins as in this week.
As in his overall Super Series record. We saw on the graphic
93.
beforehand, he's played 36 games and won 20. Lost 16. You'd probably expect that to be a little bit higher.
He can't affect how many losses he's had in the past, but he can affect how many wins he gets in the future. But he did have a little glance over his shoulder there. Maybe there was a
100.
bit of noise coming from outside. There's the stance of Shane McGuirk. I think there is a bit of noise coming from the back of the arena. This place is unbelievably quiet during the week.
140.
And anybody in the background is tiptoeing around, but you can hear anything as someone's walking around, believe me.
That was one of the good things about the old venue in Southampton, wasn't it? When the players went in, the door closed, and that was it. No one ever needed to go by that room.
Yeah, the only way you get out is if you get the crystal.
42.
It really was like the crystal
James
maze.
require 141.
Go in there, door shut. The only time you get out was when the match was over. See, that would have been a good prize for somebody at the end of a Saturday.
99.
A crystal.
James requires 66.
You'd get me out of this box and back in that practice room in no time if we got a crystal maze at the end of the day.
Oh, that's 4 left. 4!
$62.
See what you've started, Neil. It's all your fault.
You
James
love
require
doing that.
42.
I know, but I never shout for because I'm too busy on the fairway.
$10.
He's
Shane,
getting
you
so
require
frustrated
4.
up there, isn't he? Frustrated with a little bit of noise at the back and frustrated with his performance,
that's
his
game
lead
short in the
position.
third leg.
And
Shane
McGuirk takes
McGuirk.
full advantage of it.
But how much of that is him also feeling what I suggested? He should be
Forward
doing
lag is
better.
James to throw first. Game on.
That's where the frustration's coming from, because he's not doing what he thinks he should be doing, which is ultimately what we think he should be doing as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Hurrell purely because of the pressure he's putting on
41.
himself. I've watched many a match he's played in his career, and without a shadow of a doubt, the most pressure comes from himself, not from others.
96.
That's not a bad thing, really, because it's motivational. If you can harness the pressure the right way.
83.
How do you assess his chances for the WDF World Championship next year?
I think that's potentially, on the players that have already got into that, the
45.
best WDF World Championship we've seen for years.
That's a big call.
I think there's people in there now that are big runners, and you look at some of the younger players that are coming into that as well, like
125.
Bielewski. He's going to add strength to that tournament.
Luke Littler, still a kid. Too young to play in this.
121.
Which a lot of players would say, good, because they don't want to be playing him in this.
No, he'd tell some of these players a new one.
David Pallett. coming into a good bit of form,
140.
Going into that event for the first time.
Yeah,
Danger.
Dave Pallett in stage 1 here in Portsmouth lost in 2 finals to make his way to Champions Week. He was
James
so close.
112.
Not the end of the world, that one. 97 left.
52.
Outside chance here for McGuirk to get his way to 3-1. We've already seen a 140 checkout today. Best finishing of the day, definitely from Robert Owen. 142, 145.
60.
140 came from Jim McEwan, of course.
Yeah, that's
And the 60 checkout comes from Hurrell.
James Hurrell.
To bring us back to 2-2. Matt, I hope you got plenty of ink in your pen, because this one's going to go 4-3 as well.
Fifth flag,
And the way it's going to go today, isn't it? We've had every game bar one, the Robert Owen James Hurrell game, everything's been 4-3.
In an Irish sense, and this is
58.
just me kidding around because I hang around with a lot of Irish people. Today is a bit like a shrub that's about 200 yards away.
54.
Everything is going far tree. Apologies to all my Irish friends for that dreadful pronunciation.
60.
But I love the Irish representation of this game. I love the young players coming through. Katie Sheldon, Keane Barry, Steve Lennon.
60.
The stalwarts like Willie O'Connor. It was not a bad season. He's got himself to another European Tour final this year. But
96.
a bit of a hat tip to all of the Irish legends like Jack O'Barry and Mick McGowan. And the late, great Tom Kirby, who was a real trailblazer.
100.
I don't think players like Shane McGuirk should ever forget the efforts of the likes of Tom Kirby, because he was part of the WDC furniture in the very start about 30 years ago.
There was a player, and I can't think of the name at the moment. You'll probably
60.
know it.
Shane, you require
Played that
153.
one PDC Pro Tour and won it.
Felix McBrearty.
There he is.
He played at 1 Worlds, 1 Players' Championship Finals, and won 1
60.
tournament. Called him the Cat. He was from Northern Ireland. He had one of the strongest Northern Irish accents I've ever heard. There's been some other Irish players, like Egan O'Neill that we mentioned. He was on tour for a couple of years. Connie Finnan.
135. Shane, you require
Played World Cup.
93.
Double 18 has been hit a couple of times today
75.
by young McGuirk,
James, you require
but not this time. And
92.
Hurrell has got the age-old question of whether to go for the bull or the 60. Now, if you're going to go double-double, you've got to give it a real welly,
Shane,
haven't you?
18.
That was a bit of a defensive effort from James. He would admit that.
No score.
And he drops.
James, you require
Goldilocks.
36.
Wrong bed. That one is courtesy of Chris Murphy, who texted me in the break and said the one that goes next door is Goldilocks. So that one's on Murph. Oh, look, it's double 16.
Yeah, that's game short on the 5th flag. James Hurrell.
The unexpected double. Tales of the unexpected. And Hurrell gets the lead for the first time. And right now, McGuirk
James
is
to throw
furious.
First. Game on.
Just going back to that comment we made about me saying the WDF could potentially be the biggest tournament. So we've got in there, obviously, the players we've had in there for a couple of years, like James Hurrell, like Neil Duff, like Thibaut Tricol. But we're also going to add in the likes of Yella Klassen, Jamie Lewis, Dan Lauby, Graham Hall, who's been winning pretty much everything this year. Nick Kenny, who's played in the PDC World Championships for the last couple of years. So, Reece Colley, who we'll see here later on this week, Sebastian Bileski. There is some real talent coming in that's going to add some depth to that tournament.
There really is. There's a couple of caveats in there, isn't there, as to what kind of choices those players make. So we'll keep at the top of those stories, and we'll talk a bit more about Reece Colley when it comes to tomorrow, because we will see Reece when he plays in Group, as I just turn my page, Group C, alongside Mark Graham and Martin Thomas. Looking forward to seeing Martin Thomas play. He hasn't been to Portsmouth before, but he's got a lot of Super Series experience. Just see the cheeks of McGuirk. They're just a little bit red here. And is that a sign that he's just fuming with himself that he lost the lead?
140.
It's probably a sign of feeling like, here we go again, because he had the lead in the opening game, 3-0 against Robert Owen, and let that one slip. Couldn't get the job done against Jim McEwan.
That's great counting.
Great
execution. And really did test the brain of our referee. And could it be McGuirk can get himself out of jail because he's got his dart case on show again?
85.
This would be some rescue
134.
251s for 32 would have been the try.
94. James, you
He
require
has to rely on Hurrell missing if he is to stay in this match. But there's Hurrell getting the 2 points,
James
and also a 4-point gap between himself and McGuirk in the table. So now it looks really, really good for Hurrell to make Group B for the next couple of days. His performance level was better than his previous couple of games, and the doubles were a lot tidier as well at 50%. Digging further into round number 3 of Wednesday, we're going to have Jim McEwan up against Kev Garcia. Currently this week, McEwan has beaten Garcia twice. Will he make it thrice after the break?
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen a significant victory for James Hurrell, a win that is going to be important for him in terms of getting into Group B in the evening sessions later in the week. Let's take a look at the stats from that match. A 4-2 success for Hurrell in that one against Shane McGuirk of Ireland, the WDF ranked #1. Playing some decent stuff, 50% checkout success rate, the key takeaway from those. McGuirk unable to get a victory so far today, despite leading Robert Owen 3-0 in his first match and losing 4-3 in his second as well. He's having a bit of a frustrating day, and in the league table it means that he's now 4 points adrift of Hurrell and is looking likely to end up in Group C with Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley. But Jim McEwan, he can move within 2 points of Robert Owen and maybe set up a little bit of a grandstand finish to today's action. McEwan needs to get a win here to put the pressure on Owen, and he takes on Kevin Garcia, who's won all 3 of his matches today, but McEwan has won all 3 of his matches against Garcia. Or he's looking to win all 3 of his matches against Garcia, should I say. There's 2 of them already. 4-1 the victory on Monday. McEwan here landing 2-2 to seal that comprehensive success. It was a little bit closer when the pair met yesterday. McEwan took out this sweet 76 finish, but Garcia seems to have got better and better as the week has gone on, and we'll be looking to avenge those defeats and carry on what has been so far a perfect record today in this group. So yeah, will it be Kevin Garcia who makes it 3 from 3 here on Wednesday, or will it be McEwan who gets a hat-trick against Garcia? Let's find out with Nico and Matt Edgar.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, it's a much improved day here for Kevin Garcia. He's already doubled his tally of points for the week. And like Robert Owen, he is undefeated. But they don't play each other yet, because the 40-year-old from St Helens is up against Jim McEwan here to maintain that unbeaten start. We will see Robert Owen to finish round 3 against Mike Huntley in game number 9. But we can't ignore the fact that things are almost done in this group. They pretty much will be done if Jim McEwan loses this match against Garcia. Isn't that right, Matt?
Well, we mentioned earlier, didn't
First
we,
lag is Jim to throw
with
first.
caution
Game on.
in the Jim McEwan Michael Huntley game. This one, Jim McEwan's an even bigger favourite, 1-6 against Kevin Garcia. But I actually like that play,
100.
and I think Jim McEwan's going to take this one.
Is that because of the performance being raised from game 1 to game 2? Because if you look at McEwan averaging 75 against
60.
Huntley in match 2 today, he was much improved in game 4, averaging 86. If he has the same sort of incremental improvement, he's going to be in the mid-90s, which you'd have to say for Garcia, maybe too much for him to bridge
81.
with his current form. He's had some good performances, but his best showing of the week so far has been 91.67.
I tend to find that with Jim, he
134.
seems to be quite reactive in a positive way to the situation. And when he needs to, he tends to find something. Say Kevin Garcia's best. That's sort of where we expect Jim McEwan to be at par level.
180.
And he's already taken a 140 out today, so why not another? For a 320 conversion
99.
after
Jim, you
Tuesday,
require
where we got the
140.
maximum 6-dart conversion of 350. Indeed, only the second time that's ever happened here with us. The 9-dart club has got, if I'm not mistaken, 10 members of it. The 350 club
85.
has got only 2.
60.
Just to confirm, there have been 10
Jim, you
9
require
darters.
55.
I've got it right. Double top. Almost went at a double 5, that one. That was way offline.
Yeah, that's game short.
That was right on the number.
Jim McEwan.
Just to prove your point, Matt, that sometimes today, McEwan has been pulling that dart drastically
Second
left.
leg, it's given to throw first.
Yeah, it's the
Game
grip.
on.
You can see it in the hand. It's when the dart is moving back. It's not fully gripped. It's not in a set position. And you can see the nose and the point sometimes waver and almost predict when it's going to happen.
Because he is holding that dart towards the back of the barrel. He is very much pushing that dart through
100.
with a somewhat jabby motion.
So if there's a bit of wobble as such with that grip, that's where it's going to go. It's going to go left.
140.
Did you ever see that video that Sid Waddell made about the dart flight of Dennis Priestley, and he made up a word called a wibble? And he was talking about a dart deviating in the air, where the point was climbing high,
85.
then low, and moving through the air. He called it a wibble. I'm not going to go against someone who's got a degree from Oxford, but boy, did we miss that guy. He was
96.
delightfully strange.
I saw one of his quotes. The PDC recently tweeted it, and was it Houdini covered in Vaseline?
One of my favourites, that one.
125.
This venue was so quiet you could hear the
Giving
blob
you
of vinegar drop on a chip.
125.
Oh, he was a wordsmith, all right.
It's actually a website now, isn't there? Like the top quotes of Sid Waddell.
85.
How am I just knowing about this now? You can show me it later.
Your evening sorted.
Pretty much. Garcia has had the better exchanges of the first leg, leaving tops after only 4 visits.
91.
Very useful.
Giving you require 40.
That one came out of the hand late.
Yeah, that's
that
game
one was
short in the
beautiful.
second leg.
So
Gavin
14
Garcia.
darter to break the throw in the first leg. In fact, it was to hold. I do beg your pardon. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Third leg
But it's
is Jim to
Garcia.
throw first. Game on.
It was at 1-1.
The twice have met already this week. Jim McEwan taking both of those. Took it 4-1 on Monday.
100.
And then sort of stumbled over the line yesterday. 4-3 his victory.
Here's a little topic for you, Matt, because I know you like to talk about lots of different subjects.
120.
We've had players here who have had different shirts for every day. Now, Peter Jakes, when he was here in week 12, wore a different coloured shirt Monday to Tuesday to Wednesday to Thursday
100.
to Friday. And Abby Davis spoke to him and said, what colour are you going to wear tomorrow, because you've had a different colour on all week? And we tried to find out how many colours he had. And
40.
it was 8. With these guys, they've obviously got one colour and multiple shirts. 8 different colours? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, I used to have 2. I used to have a blue one and a pink one, where the colours was just opposite
41.
way round. At one point, it got compared to toothpaste.
Oh, yeah. Did look like Aqua Fresh. Other toothpaste is available.
And I used to alternate between the 2 days, so one day pink, one day
137.
blue. Now I've gone for this new test card shirt, which is a lovely shirt, but I can't alternate the colours of that. So, and to be honest, I don't like the fact I can't alternate the colours, so I'm now thinking about alternating colours of trousers.
100.
Stay tuned for that.
I'm not going full Scott Williams, but, you know, maybe a grey pair and...
You're not going to go full on Keith Deller and wear the red pants.
140.
wears red
Jim,
pants
you
other than
require
Keith Deller.
160.
And no one ever should.
Or maybe Jim's going to get his hands on some tartan trousers. They'll go over there top there. He's looking for all red with the 160.
15.
And all he gets is white.
Gavin, you require 64.
Double 8. Could have been a second 14 darter for Garcia.
60. Jim, you require 145.
Well, just to save the match earlier, it was a 145 from Owen in game 1. This might go. Wrong treble.
85.
I'd love to know what he was going
Kevin,
through
you
his brain right
require
there.
4.
I think it may have been a few 4-letter words.
Yeah, that's game short and a
That's a
third leg.
4-point dart.
Kevin Garcia.
Kevin Garcia is playing the best darts we have seen
Forward
all
leg,
week
it's Kevin
from
to throw
Kevin Garcia.
first.
He has
Game
raised his
on.
average to a 96.
Do you want to read those odds again from the start of the match? Because they don't make much sense now that we have this information.
Yeah, 1-6.
140.
Jim McEwan. 4-1. Kevin Garcia.
I've seen lesser odds for people to win on Champions Night on a Saturday night. And that's why you have to make it through multiple games. 4-1 for Garcia to win one match of darts? That was long. And look what he's doing.
140.
Well, if you are a friend or a fan of Kevin Garcia, take a screenshot now. This is the first time we've seen Kevin Garcia
42.
over the 100 mark all week.
Just have to stay there. And in order to stay at around 102, you've got to be doing 14 darters
85.
and the odd 15. It's not as if the level of Jim has dropped. I get the feeling that his average is slightly inflated because of the
40.
good darts of Garcia.
Kevin, you require
He's only had
136.
2 darts at a double so far, hasn't he, Jim McEwan? And he's hit one of them.
Well, 96 is a good number here.
96.
There you go.
He's left a double again after 12. This is what we'd call good old-fashioned pumping.
133.
Feeling a bit more like the
Kevin, you require
person whose monogram
40.
is on the darts he's using.
Yeah, that's
That's a
game
great
short
leg
in
of
the fourth
darts.
leg. Kevin Garcia.
You might want to take another screenshot of his average because it's not that dissimilar to what we showed before.
Fifth
We've
leg
only
is
had,
Jim to throw first.
by my reckoning,
Game
1
on.
ton plus average this week, and it came from Jim McEwan. And if we get the next one from Kevin Garcia, it might be the best one of the week.
85.
Confidence isn't something you can buy. It's not something you can just go and get.
I wish you could.
It's something that often comes from a process. That process is winning. And that's what Kevin
140.
Garcia has done today. He beat James Hurrell. It wasn't pretty. He won. He beat Michael Huntley in an improved performance. And now this is far improved on anything we have seen from him all week.
180.
It's McEwan who's getting the 180s. He's got 2 now. Garcia does not have any, but he's still in this leg. Pretty much negating the maximum prowess of Chucky right here. We've surely got a switch.
134.
This is where you want to leave 121. Pray that McEwan doesn't take the 102 and give yourself that one opportunity.
57.
He can't
Jim, you
leave
require
himself
102.
The 170 on the switch. So a little bit of breathing space here for Chucky now. Double top.
62.
A long way off, but Kevin Garcia is a long way off from a finish in this one on 204. Won another treble.
80.
That was very
Jim, you
loose. Didn't
require
really even
40.
penetrate the board.
Yeah, he does hold the dart towards the back of the barrel. Having said that, they both do.
Yeah, that's game
Lovely
short
shot
in the
from
fifth
Jim.
leg.
Keeps this match
Jim
alive.
McEwan.
And it's all on the Garcia throw now, isn't it?
Sixth
remain
leg, it's
undefeated.
Kevin to throw first.
I've got to
Game
put that
on.
up because it's very rare you'll see the double ice cream.
Yeah. 99 with 99 red balloons.
Does he get 2 flakes for that one?
97.
He gets a boo because it goes down to 99.86 now. It's a tactic used by retailers, isn't it? You always put
100.
99 at the end of the lower number just to try and make it look cheaper. Did you know that? So if you want to price something at £100, they'd always put it at 99.99 or 99.95 to make it look cheaper than it actually is, when in fact there's only a penny or 5 pence difference.
Suppose you could use the marketing tool that you get change out your £100.
Yeah, you get a coin back that you'll never use.
140.
You put it in that jar that sits there for a couple of years till you get enough of them. And you put it in the machine and do a tiny bit of shopping with it.
Yeah, nobody does that anymore because everything's contactless. You've got to make contact with the board if you want to register points, and Kevin knows that more than anybody because he did have a 54 fallout with the board, but like Matthew Edgar said, it was all about the penetration of the dart through the air because it didn't
60.
really fly that well. I just wonder, you know, if he's throwing that dart from the back of the barrel or whether he's using the ridge of the back of the barrel towards the stem as his throwing point.
You have to, because with his throw, there's not a lot of forward momentum, is it? Quite a lot of lift in there.
You do see certain players who actually use the stem as a gripping point. Steve Beaton doesn't hold any of his barrel. He has everything on the inside of his fingers from the grip of an aluminium stem.
59.
Michael Smith's the same.
Jim, you require
Holds
105.
pretty much everything. Where would you go here? 54 maybe?
I think I'd stay on the 20s here. Jim choosing the 54. At 119 is a horrible finish.
69.
Even if you hit the treble,
Kevin, you require
feel
119.
no better off for doing so.
Just get a good enough treble. There's one. How about the bull for the match?
Game,
well done,
shot,
Kevin.
And a match.
You've just
Kevin
done yourself a
Garcia.
world of good staying undefeated. This is a great day for Kevin Garcia's confidence. And he's just put in a brilliant performance of 96.5 with 57% on the doubles. Everything you look at in that match says that he is trending in the right direction. And it's another game where someone who was a massive underdog has won against McEwan. Incredible stuff, as the man from St Helens goes to 6 points for the day and to 10 points in total, joining Shane McGuirk there in the table. We've got more coming your way with Robert Owen, the runaway leader at this point. He's going to be safe for the Group A title, and he can rubber stamp it next against Michael Huntley.
Welcome back. It's a day of the underdogs here at the MODUS Super Series. As you can see there, Kevin Garcia getting a win over Jim McEwan and making it a perfect day so far. His first victory over Chucky this week and a 4-2 success, an average of 96.49 for Garcia. He was threatening for much of the match to post a personal best when he was in three figures, but a three-figure checkout got the job done for him, that 119, and it is a fantastic victory for Kevin Garcia that has huge implications for the Group A table, because it means that Robert Owen can secure his spot at finals night if he wins his next game, which is coming right up. Jim McEwan's second defeat from 3 matches today means that it's now out of his hands and he must wait and hope that Owen doesn't win. But if you look at that leg difference, it is, well, an absolute miracle really needed by McEwan. James Hurrell in third, McGuirk in fourth, now joined by Kevin Garcia on 10 points after a clean sweep from the Storm so far today, leaving Michael Huntley at the bottom of the table. And we do now turn our attention to a top against bottom affair as Owen looks to defeat Michael Huntley for the 3rd time this week, having done so already twice, including a 4-0 thrashing on Monday, sealed with that dart in double 18, and he went on to seal a 4-2 success 24 hours later. Michael Huntley getting a little bit closer to Robert Owen, but in truth, nobody has got close to him in terms of the Group A table this week. So Owen, having been here all week last week at Champions Week, might be able to get a couple of days at home before returning for finals night on Saturday, and he can seal that spot with a victory here. But as I said at the beginning of this link, it has been a day for the underdogs. I wonder if we could see another surprise here. Well, we'll find out with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, we've seen some big prices get disturbed. Michael Huntley was one of those. Did that earlier against Jim McEwan when he was 3-1 outsider to beat Jim McEwan, and did so. Did so 4 legs to 3. Outscored Jim McEwan all the way down. If he can keep that scoring power going, he's going to have a chance here against Robert Owen, who is looking to get his position booked on Saturday night. Only needs, realistically, a couple more legs, and that will be job done. But he can still mathematically be caught. If that is going to happen, he's going to have to lose this game to Michael Huntley 4-0.
Game on.
And when you look at the odds, Robert Owen 1-5, Michael Huntley 100-30. It doesn't look likely that we're going to get that 4-0 victory that Huntley needs.
I'd say that is extremely unlikely based on what we've seen the last couple of days, and more importantly, what we've seen today.
45.
What we're getting from Robert Owen is this consummate consistency of averaging 94 for the day. It's not as if he's averaged 106
83.
in one game and 80 in the next. It's a question of 94 in one game and 94 in the next. He is Mr. Consistent with a little bit of fireworks in the mix.
81.
I often like looking at that myself when I look at someone's stats and you see like a 90 average. Is it because they're always between an 88 and a 92? Or is it because they're between an 81
60.
and 104, 105?
One of the reasons why we were waxing lyrical about German player Daniel Klose a few weeks ago in this venue is because his consistency was always on an upward trend.
76.
He would be high 80s on the Monday, around 90 on the Tuesday, and the Wednesday he was around 92, 93, and it was just constant hammering at the door without being
100.
ridiculously impressive, apart from one performance where he averaged 111. Most of the stuff was in that mid-90s range.
55.
You don't want to cause your opponent problems for 1 or 2 legs and then have to survive the rest. You want to give them problems every leg.
97.
Robert Owen's caused problems for everybody all week so far.
55.
3
Robert
times yesterday,
requires 76.
4-0 wins. He had a 4-0 win against Michael Huntley on Monday.
Apparently they've known each other about 20 years,
36.
these two. They're from the same region of Wales, around the Bridgend area. a lot of good darts competitions around there.
121.
Leagues as well.
Robert, you require
Extremely
40.
competitive in the valleys. Double 10.
Yeah, that's
a
game
remarkable
short
dart,
on the
you know.
first line.
When you consider
Robert
how
Owen.
he throws his darts and where they stand in the board, when he's covering that double 10
Second
wire,
lag is
you
Michael
really
the
do
throw
understand why he
first.
stands all the
Game
way to the left on that hockey.
Yeah, because we just saw from the angle we saw earlier when you was watching Robert Owen's darts go in, they
41.
completely cover over to the left-hand side. So what he would have been able to have seen of that tens would probably have meant he'd have to sort of lob over to come back down again.
Well, there's a camera on the
81.
stage, which you can see in the bottom right of your screen there, slightly raised, pointing at the board. If you look at Robert Owen's flight, it's pointing directly at the camera.
81.
Now consider the angle of what the angle of the dart has got to be for that to be the case. Look at it. It's peering at the stage camera and giving you a lovely maximum to boot. More evidence of why Robert Owen is so close to winning this group.
100.
By the comments of Chris Murphy, it looks like Robert Owen may be going home for the next couple of days. It would take
140.
somewhere in the region of 3.5 to 4 hours, depending on traffic, to get home.
85.
So he could be home tonight.
100.
A couple of days at home, practice at will. Maybe watch at home on Sporty Stuff TV. Come back for Saturday night, cash $5,000.
80.
There you go, job done. What would you do in his shoes? Would you go home or would you stick around?
I think I'd stick around just because I hate driving.
That's a good enough excuse.
138. Robert, you require
Come on,
20.
to prove our point on double 10 then, Rob.
Yeah, that's
Well, who
game
needs a
short on
guide
the
when you
second
can just
line.
plonk it in
Robert
there with
Owen.
your first dart? 13 darter and averaging around 89 to boot. Just too hot
Third
for
lag
Michael
is
Huntley
Robert to throw
to handle right
first.
now.
Game on.
I mentioned earlier, no player wants to finish bottom of any group. Michael Huntley is currently
45.
in position to do that.
There is a slight argument against that because we saw with Tian in the week leading up to our launch here at
140.
Portsmouth. He finished bottom of Group C and they ended up winning the week. But you think with someone like Kieran Tian, because of the amount of experience he's gathered with the Pro
100.
Tour, that was probably more likely than Mike having some sort of renaissance towards the end of week 1, stage 2. Because he's only just starting out at the age of 50,
100.
getting more experience like this. Moreno Blom was another one. He was bottom of Group A come the end of Wednesday, and he ended up winning Group C and going to the finals night, where ultimately he wasn't successful, but as the week went on, he got more in the way of comfort, and that is something that Huntley should be told about.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? When we look at physical age,
46.
against darting
Michael,
age.
you require 121.
Physical age, 50 years old. When you look at that darting age of experience in this sort of environment, it's very infancy.
43. Robert, you require 170.
Hello. Hello.
145.
He really wanted that, didn't he?
Michael, you require 78.
Huntley needs this, otherwise he's going to be 3-0 down.
Yeah, that's game
more
short
like
in the
it.
third lag. Michael
And
Huntley.
he does not want to lose to his pal 3 days in a row. There was a bit of gumption behind that 78 checkout celebration.
Forward lag is Michael to throw first. Game on.
Now all I've got to do is talk you into saying, is it me you're looking for? And then we'll be able to clip that up.
140.
Start the song going.
I once had that song requested on a radio station for a young girl I liked at school.
59.
True story. It was that song.
85.
I won't say her name. I don't want to embarrass her. I've already embarrassed myself enough.
But it seemed like a good idea at the time.
100.
Seemed like a great idea. It didn't work, though. But I am still friends with her.
100.
So maybe it did work on some sort of level.
I can go one better. Someone I know learnt the entire lyrics at 14 years old to try and impress a girl. Learnt the
60.
entire lyrics to Cat Dog.
First question is, what is Cat Dog?
It's a cat and a dog that was born together.
130.
Yeah, it's a great program.
Is it a kids program?
Yes.
Is it along the lines of Baby Shark? Ish.
43.
You're going to get bombarded with people who
require
are going to show
40.
you Cat Dog on Twitter now.
Class.
Yeah,
forward to
that's
it.
game short in the
Well, Huntley's back in the match, believe it or not.
Huntley.
And he's found a 13-darter now. It's not his first of the day either. Robert Owen may
Fifth flag
have
is Robert to throw first.
to press
Game
pause on his Group A celebrations. Remember, it's only the win he needs to get those 2 points.
180.
To get to 22 points. With 2 matches to spare.
140.
Look at these new Robert Owen shirts, because he's had a couple of different colours on this week. He's had the white one on and the yellow one. It looks like they're travelling very fast with those speed stripes, don't they? I like it.
85.
I think Robert Owen used to have one where it was almost a bit like Tetris, like going up his shirt.
Yeah, I think it was. And then Ryan Joyce went full on Tetris. His
119.
current dart shirts.
Ryan Joyce is like me, you see. He's a big fan of the old retro stuff, like the old toys and games and things like that.
I didn't know that about Ryan.
135.
Yeah, he's,
Robert
and
Uniquire,
Ryan Searle
102.
as well. They're both down the big Pokemon road.
Double 16.
Yeah,
That
that's
is a
game short in the
12-darter.
fifth flag.
Good
Robert
quality
Owen.
in this game. Let's have a look at the averages, shall we, when we finish with this instant replay, because I
Sixth
get the
flag is
feeling
Michael
that
to throw first.
this
Game
might
on.
be the last time they play this week. And they're putting a lot of bragging rights on this match.
180.
Something that's interesting here, which we don't normally see in games of darts, is instant reaction. Huntley's at the back
140.
smiling and laughing. Robert Owen's raising his eyebrows as the 180 went in. They're nodding, they're shaking. Is this what you get of a game between two people that know each other as well as they do?
60.
I think maybe in the case of Huntley, because he's not been exposed to this as much as Robert has,
54.
he's more susceptible to these reactions, but you do get the feeling with Owen, because he's a more honed machine when it comes to competitive darts over the last few years. He's got a better or a stronger bubble. He will not let the emotions in as much as, say, Huntley is, because we mentioned that his darting age is a lot
Michael
younger.
Uniquire, 121.
So with that, is that just a case that maybe because Michael Huntley's throwing over the 100 average, which is his best performance of the week so far, and he's engaged in this
89.
quality battle, that he's just up there enjoying it?
Yeah, maybe we've found the key to what Huntley needs to do. He needs to smile a bit.
140.
Popped
Michael
another flight
Uniquire,
off.
32. Yeah, that's game
That's a
short in the
14-darter.
sixth flag.
I don't mean
Michael
to talk about the
Huntley.
number of darts every leg, because it's not my style to do that, but the quality of the match stipulates
7-10 final leg. It's Robert to throw
you
first.
wanting to know about
Game
the
on.
quality of each leg. It's 4-3 again, because we have plenty of them today, but this is the best one we've had.
58.
And we're 58 start. That offers an opportunity for Michael Huntley to
60.
once again offer an acca-busting match.
41.
Best average of the week so far for Huntley. 91.44. This one, drastically better.
23.
After 6 fantastic legs of darts, neither player can find anything in the first 6. They're both still in the 400s.
100.
Well, 300. We talked about doubles today having certain names. 302 has the name of a player next to it. Rob Cross.
40.
Because he converted this in 6 darts to win the World Championship in 2018.
Talk about reactions. Huntley's reaction there is because
58.
of the darts he's thrown so far. 60, 23, 40. And yet he's still not a million miles out of the game, despite the fact Robert Owen has thrown 12.
Rob would take a ton right now to leave 144 because he likes finishing matches on a 140 plus checkout, doesn't he? Well, he's not going to get there.
42.
That's a disaster because now Huntley's only a dart behind pretty much.
If you are supporting Michael Huntley in this game and worried about him getting down, there is a positive. And that is he has only missed 1 dart at a double so far. 3 from 4. So that suggests he does not need many darts at the double.
140.
He's not going to get many darts at the double, if any. Robert Owen setting up the 62.
100. Robert, you require 62.
Down to the 2 darters. But he needs 3.
Game, shot, and a match.
Robert Owen wraps it up. It looked like that could have been a 3rd game that really upsetted the odds. And Michael Huntley nearly made it his 2nd. It's his best performance of the week so far. But he just lost his way on the front 9 there. Wasn't able to find a treble until the 12th dart. And that was enough for Robert Owen to get a bit of a gap. And he now has got the points, which sees him qualify through to Saturday night's final. We have a few more games to go today. Coming up next is James Hurrell and Jim McEwan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Owen has just sealed his spot at finals night, as he so often does. He's done it with a 4-3 win against Michael Huntley in that previous match. Huntley, the better performer in terms of the averages, hit 75% of his checkout attempts as well, but only had 4 and didn't really get going in that last leg, allowing Owen to get the all-important 2 points that seals his spot in Saturday's session. Stack Attack will be there, and maybe we'll get a couple of days at home after being here all of last week. We'll just get confirmation of that by looking at the Group A table. You see there Robert Owen 6 points clear of Jim McEwan, who has 2 matches left to play, as does everybody in this group, and all could be sealed and sorted at the end of the next match, because McEwan is going to face third place James Hurrell. Now, if Hurrell were to win that match, that would mean that he would join Jim McEwan in Group B, and the bottom 3 will all definitely be in Group C. So all could be signed and sealed with a fair few games to spare. 5 matches, in fact, left to play. But, of course, all the players want that momentum to take into the rest of the week. Robert Owen with a couple more fixtures to fulfil before being able to put his feet up. So, as I said, if Hurrell does get the win, then he will be in Group B, but it's not as easy as it sounds for James Hurrell, because he has been beaten by Jim McEwan on each of the last 2 days. McEwan winning the match in a last leg decider on Monday, and then returning 24 hours later to complete this nice clean 78 checkout to get the better of Hurrell by a 2-leg margin in that one. So will it all be signed, sealed and delivered with a third of the games left to play? We're about to find out. Hurrell needs a win to be in Group B. Robert Owen's through. Chucky is going to be in Group B. Can Hillbilly get his first victory against the Scotsman? Over to Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar to talk you through it.
Yes, thank you very much, Murph. And a bit like Stevie Wonder, it could be signed, sealed, delivered and Group B, I'm yours for James Hurrell. He'd like to get it over with. He doesn't want to sweat it in the final 2 rounds of matches, that's for sure. Well, this is the start of the 4th round. His final game of the group is against Mike Huntley in game 13, and he'd like to play that one with a little bit of freedom. But maybe that's how Jim McEwan feels right now. He's safe for Group B. He's got 2 games of freedom, just trying to find that extra ingredient that he might need to get through over the next couple of nights.
I think when you speak about an extra ingredient, I think that's possibly what every player so far is going to need to find, because Robert Owen
First
has
leg
looked
is
a
James
different
to
level
throw first.
to the rest of
Game
the
on.
players. And I know the difference on finals night is you only have to be good for that one game. You have to beat them on one occasion. More of a cup final sort of night, isn't it?
97.
Rather than these league phases where you can lose and keep coming back. But right now, I've not seen much to suggest that Robert Owen isn't going to win the week.
I never really thought about
59.
it that way, Matt. Talking about it being a cup atmosphere on a Saturday night, but this Super Series weekly format, it does lend itself very similar
59.
to Australian rules football and the NFL. You've got a lot of different ways of getting to the finals on Saturday night, but ultimately it's a run to the finish at the end, a bit like the NFL playoffs.
60.
You could be the best person throughout the regular season in the 16 matches, but then you could go to the playoffs, lose your first match, and you're gone. Simple as that. And that's exactly
100.
what Jim McEwan did the last time he was here. He was the man of Group A, winning 28 points. He went to Saturday night, didn't win a match. So he's a bit like the New England Patriots that year. They were completely perfect in the season,
140.
and they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl. Simple as that. They didn't win the title.
And, you know, we're seeing the European Championship starts tomorrow. Luke Humphries, #1 seed, been the best player on the European Tour all year.
140.
He will play the player who just squeezed in into 32nd place. But when them two go on that stage, the whole year is now irrelevant. And whoever's in spot 32 has got just as much chance as whoever's in spot 1.
105.
And that's Christopher Tyskie. He's somewhat fortunate to be in that tournament. Had to wait for results to go his way in Gibraltar recently.
25. Jim, you require 102.
There's none of that right now. It's all about what you can do. And all Hurrell wants, first and foremost, is a miss from McEwan to give himself the chance of the 80 and the 1-0 lead. But
yeah, that's game short in the first lap.
That's a nice
Jim
save.
McEwan.
Somewhat Jim Leighton there from Jim McEwan with an excellent save.
Second lag is Jim the throw
You don't know
first.
who Jim Leighton is.
Game on.
You're younger than I am. You remember Jim Leighton?
No, because I'm younger than you.
Oh, thanks, Mike. You just made me feel really old. Excellent Manchester
1
United and
on
Scotland
40.
goalkeeper. Very underrated. Back in the time of Peter Shilton for England, Jim Leighton for Scotland, and Neville Southall for Wales.
83.
Neville Southall, yeah, I'm there. Although when I first knew Neville Southall, he was about in his 40s and still playing for Everton.
I remember Neville Southall playing
100.
for Everton in the early 80s in FA Cup winning sides and FA Cup losing sides to Manchester United, thanks to a Norman Whiteside worldie.
100.
Bit of a sidebar there, but Jim, with that brilliant save, gave him a really good platform for a good performance here. And he could cause a bit of misery. For James Hurrell once again. Like Murph mentioned at the top of this game, Jim's had the number on James.
100.
Just looking
Jim,
ahead.
you require 126.
Because obviously Shane McGuirk, if James Hurrell loses, is still in with a running and get into a Group B place. His last two games are against the players that are propping up the table, Michael Huntley and Kevin Garcia.
67.
So you're telling me right now that McGuirk is hoping for a bit of a wallop here.
140. Jim, you require 59.
From McEwan.
If he's
against
looked
Hurrell.
at the table, 100%.
He'll be halfway there if this goes in. Oh, Goldilocks.
29.
I've totally
Jim, you
embraced that
require
one.
78.
Who's been sleeping in my bed? Oh, it's happened
48.
twice.
Jim, you require 30.
It wasn't that bear, it wasn't the other bear. What about bear number 3? Can't possibly do it 3 times.
Yeah, that's
There
game
you go.
short in the second leg. Jim
2-0
McEwan.
to Jim McEwan.
I've never known anyone be so excited
Third
before
leg is James the
over
throw
a missed
first.
double.
Game on.
Sometimes you need things like that to happen to hammer home what something's going to be called now. There you have it. Chris Murphy invented the term Goldilocks.
100.
Unless somebody told him, of course. One thing we should say is that we can't forget about Kevin Garcia. He's done so well today.
80.
He's got 2 matches left against Robert Owen and Shane McGuirk. And he could somehow make the top 3, can he? Is it the leg difference that's costing him? It's close. He's going to have to win by 2 massive margins to get to 14 points. I suppose when we were talking about McGuirk needing a big win for McEwan against Hurrell, well, so does Garcia. A 4-0 victory for Jim McEwan here would bring Hurrell's leg difference down to -1, the same as McGuirk, and Garcia would be 10 legs behind with 2 games left. And bearing in mind, one of those games is against McGuirk.
Just trying to work it out. Kevin Garcia's won 3 games so far today out of 3. I'm just looking at the odds for the day.
58.
It would roughly be around about 27 to 1 you'd have got on Garcia to win those 3 matches.
100.
Surely leg 3 is going to go the way of the England captain. But there's another drift into the 5.
95. James, you require 80.
I think the 25 was the play there, you know. 25 would have left 128, which is more gettable than 133. Might not matter.
Yeah, that's
doesn't matter. Nice positive shot on double 10 there from Hurrell. Gets himself back in this one.
Forward leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
Be interested to know how Jim came around with the nickname of Chucky.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm sure Gail's about to tweet us about that.
85.
Maybe just loves movies.
Or throwing things.
140.
Maybe he uses chuck a lot in his vocabulary. You know, like people go, oh, should we go for a chuck?
60.
Maybe he's just a really big fan of Alan Norris. One thing we mentioned a little bit earlier on today was Felix McBrady, somewhat
100.
out of the blue. We were talking about Irish dart players, and you mentioned, oh, who was that guy that won Pro Tour event out of nowhere, and it was Felix McBrady. We didn't know, but by the beauty of Twitter, I've had a message from Kevin Burness, who had a fabulous Super Series with us last year.
121.
It's actually Felix's birthday, which is incredible to think about it, but happy birthday to the cat. Many happy returns to Felix McBrady.
131.
All of a sudden, James Hurrell is back in this one. He needed to get the breaker throw back. And he's gone 140, 100, 131. Average has gone up to 98. Jim's pondering a lot of things here. Shouldn't ponder too much, just go for the ball, Jim.
97. James, you require 130.
Is James going to go for the bull? He wants to. And he is.
105.
Good attempt.
Jim, you require 138.
Oh, he's going the 19s for 138. Double 12.
114.
Oh, there's a song, isn't there?
James, you require
Called
25.
Who's Afraid of 138? It's true, actually. There is a song called that. I believe it's by Deadmau5? Might be wrong. I'm going to have to double check that. 88.
Yeah, that's
for the double check for James Hurrell.
James Hurrell.
Beautifully done. It's 2-2.
Thought you were going to say that song was written by Keith Della.
Fifth flag is James to throw
It
first.
was fully marketed the
Game on.
138. Got on his darts, shirt, suitcase.
$59.
Yeah, I'm going to find that out. It's driving me a little bit mad, actually.
Said about the
Armin van Buren, of course it is.
41.
That great Dutch DJ. And I know that some of our backstage crew will know who Armin van Buren is. Although that might be a bit soft for those lads. They like a bit of hard style.
125.
hard style. I never want to hear that ever again. I was in a car for 4.5 hours with Dirk van Duvenbode, who describes his walk-on song as soft music. So just to give you an idea of what we had to put up with for 4.5 hours, I nearly walked. I was like, let me out, I'll just walk the rest of the way.
I can't imagine what it would be like to be in a car with Dirk for 4 straight hours. Did he elbow you in the gish with doing his dance or his little chainsaw movement in the passenger seat?
It was an experience I don't want to experience again. There's sort of like a there was a thing in wrestling, wasn't there? A plane ride from hell, like the car ride from hell, like Dirk, Richard North.
32.
Who else could go in there?
Oh, this could get really slippery. How many people are allowed in the car?
Well, you wouldn't be driving it. You won't want to be driving that car. So you can have another 3. So there's 2.
This is your car. I'm going to say people completely
66.
differently. I'd
Alright,
have
okay,
Dirk in my car. I love Dirk to bits. I'd have Northie in the car from hell because all he'd do is talk about averages.
140.
Why don't you let us know who would be in your car from hell in the darting fraternity? Go on, tell us. We want to know. Unleash.
I'll go with someone I've shared a car with an awful lot.
85.
I'll also
Jim,
add
you
Ryan
require
Serling to that one
148.
because yeah, he's got a lot of flatulence.
Oh, that's too much information.
$58. James,
Not
you
enough in the way of points for
137.
McEwan right there. Just remember that Hurrell was really struggling in this game early. He has picked himself off the floor brilliantly, possibly with a big out.
117.
Another great attempt. I feel
Jim,
like
you
I said that a
require
lot about
90.
James today. Great attempt, but not quite getting there.
We've said this a lot. Jim McEwan goes left. You mentioned that you felt he had new darts, didn't you? Which
Yeah, I get the feeling there might be just a bit too much grip on them.
36.
They need to be worked in.
James, you require
because
20.
he's holding them so soft, which is just making the point waver.
Great guide. And a great
That's
find.
game short on the 5th flag.
Wonderful use of the
James
guide.
Hurrell.
Bumps it into double 10 and takes the lead at 3-2. Trying to sew up his
6
place
flag is Jim the throw first.
for the
Game
nighttime
on.
sessions for Thursday and Friday to give himself a bit of a lie-in.
So we've got the car ride from hell. What's the dream ride? You just landed at the airport, you've got your car, door opens, who's getting in?
Dennis Priestley,
45.
Bob Anderson, Paul Lim.
100.
Paul Lim wouldn't have made Mark Webster's car, would he? After
No. No, I've spent a bit of time with Bob. Every minute is golden. Dennis is just awesome. And
60.
Paul's of the same ilk, classy, well-spoken, got so many great stories. I could listen to them all forever. There was an interview with Dennis Priestley very recently, done by our very own Happy Davies.
140.
You can find it on the internet if you want to see it. It was on for about 20 minutes. I wanted it to be on for an hour and 20 minutes. It was fascinating stuff.
$100.
What about you? Dream car ride, 3 dart players?
I think top of the list would have to be Steve Owen.
Interesting.
105.
I love spending time with Steve. Cracks me up. To be fair, I think I'd only ever need Steve Owen in the car, and it'd be a great car trip anyway.
Yeah, I've actually travelled the world with Steve. We went to Australia, Canada, the States together. He was good. He was good fun.
27.
And he always finds a
James, you
loophole in
require
every
156.
conversation, doesn't he?
Where's the crack? Is there a crack in the arsenal of Jim McEwan? Again, it's another good attempt.
100.
But he is chipped away and chipped away and chipped away in this game. And this is a typical Hurrell win. He's never noted as someone who puts in that massive average.
171. James, you require
But he's put himself
56.
in a match-winning position. 56 for the win. Only one thing left to do. Goldilocks.
26. Jim, you
3
require
times we've had that in this
98.
match on the same double.
what's going to happen if someone goes double 5 and then it's like double 2 and it's a double Goldilocks?
Well, he's gone left again. And he's starting to recognise that he's doing it. However, Jim Leighton
80.
can't save it this time. And it should be a goal for Hurrell.
James, you require
Do you know
30.
what? I was going to say low or left there. Because again, that grip issue came in. I wonder if he knows why it is.
Shot.
What it
and a
is,
match,
though, now
James
is
Hurrell.
defeat. Because James Hurrell has wrapped that one up. And that one pretty much, it has. It's ended Group A in terms of positioning. James Hurrell confirms that he will be coming back tomorrow night and Friday night for Group B. He will be joined by Jim McEwan, who he has just beaten there, which means for the rest of the players, Kevin Garcia, Shane McGuirk and Michael Huntley, it is going to be Group C. That will be tomorrow morning. 2 of those players are coming up next. That is Michael Huntley and Shane McGuirk.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group A is all done and dusted. Paul Nicholson has joined me for what is going to feel like a bit of an end-of-session chat, Paul, but it's not, because James Hurrell has just booked his place in Group B alongside Jim McEwan after beating him in this opening match.
Yeah, a good job, I think, by James, because there were points in that match where Jim McEwan was hitting him with heavy blows, but ultimately there were just too many darts going left for Jim McEwan. So James was exposing the mistakes, and like I said in commentary, it was about chipping away and doing enough of a job, and that's exactly what he did there. That's a really good performance, 90.5, 1/3 of his doubles. That's the kind of area where you want to be group wide. Unfortunately for James, he hasn't been at that level. He's been too much under it and not enough above it every now and again.
Yeah, and for once the group hasn't been wide open. It's Robert Owen who's run away with it, and we'll see now Hurrell and McEwan are definitely going to be in Group B, which they'll be pleased with, won't they?
Yeah, I think so. Shane will feel that today hasn't really gone his way, but let's face facts, he's going to be very used to this time slot over the next couple of days. So getting up at maybe 6:30 in the morning to get ready for a 9:30 start, he's going to be more versed for it for the next couple of days, and I think it'll be a big threat.
Yeah, and Kevin Garcia has won all of his matches today. He'll be looking for momentum for the rest of the day. But the next match does feature Shane McGuirk. He takes on Michael Huntley, and Shane has got the better of their meetings so far this week. A close one on Monday, Paul, but then McGuirk whitewashed him on Tuesday.
Maybe more evidence he's getting used to the stage, the preparations, and everything that comes with it. I think he's got a lot to offer. Is he the finished product? No. But at the age of 27, who is? Let's face facts. This is a product that will definitely be enhanced from this experience.
And you mentioned in commentary as well the thriving darts scene in Ireland right now. Shane McGuirk might add his name to that list. He won a development tour a few years ago, but you know, we're getting a lot of traction here at the Super Series.
I think one of the reasons why Ireland's been talked about a lot at the minute is because of the stardom of the Keane Barrys and the Katie Sheldons and what they're doing in front of the big TV cameras, but we need to dig deeper than that. There are more coming through, and Shane McGuirk is just the tip of the iceberg.
Well, the Super Series abacus not needed today. Everything is settled. Robert Owen is through to finals night on Saturday. May be able to get a couple of days back in Wales. It's McEwan and Hurrell in Group B. And the bottom three, including this pair, will be in Group C. Now trying to play themselves into some form. So you can just sit back and enjoy each game for what it is. That's what Paul's going to do. He's going to go enjoy Matt Edgar in comms.
Mentioned up on the balcony there that things haven't gone to plan for Shane McGuirk, and it's kind of gone against for him, and that is certainly been seen in the wins and loss column. Lost all three of his games so far today. He did start off extremely well against Robert Owen, raced into a 3-0 lead. Lost that one, then lost his next two games with a much lesser performance, a 77 average and an 82 average. Michael Huntley has shown us some of the best
First leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
That we have seen from him all week. He kicked his campaign off with a 4-3 win over Jim McEwan, but his last game, the game against Robert Owen, where he went all the way, at one point was looking like he might take the victory, ended with a 93.5 average, which is the best we've seen from him so far. Just wavered in that last leg. Took him 12 darts to find a treble. And with the advantage of throw for Robert Owen, that was enough to get him over the line. But he really did go down to the wire in that. And we have seen an increased level of performance and an increased level of consistency. A lot less treble-less visits today.
34. One on the end, 40.
How do you think Shane's feeling about his day today? Because he would have really liked
Michael,
to
you
make his way
require
through the Group B.
161.
It's not going to happen, though. He's going to have to be here in the same time slot as Mike and Garcia again.
One on the
There's
end,
almost a 161 there
36.
for Mike.
I think, and this might sound ridiculous,
47. Michael,
especially
you
to someone who
require
hasn't
25.
played before, but I think that Shane started the day too well. He raced into a 3-0 lead against Robert Owen. And sometimes when you start so well, the only place to go is down. And you recognise those dips and those drops in form. And he has drastically dropped throughout the day. 96 in the opening game, followed by a
Second
77
leg,
and
it's
then
Shane to
82.
throw first. Game on.
So by that token, do we think that getting a win on the board, either in this game or the next, is very important for Shane's chances in Group C? Because he doesn't want to go into tomorrow having the pointless day that Mike got yesterday.
And not only that,
60.
we say about the increased level of performance that Michael's got here, Shane will want to go into that feeling like the favourite.
100.
According to the bookies, he is the favourite for this game, 1-2. Despite the fact he's going to have to break the throw to win the game. Despite the fact that over the last couple of games, Michael Huntley has been significantly better.
That he has. He gave
64.
good pal Robert Owen a really big scare. He lost 4-3 to Garcia as well, but that was a good contest.
81.
And a 4-3 victory
117.
against Jim McEwan, so he's a bit of a 4-3 magnet today, isn't he?
No,
57.
just watching the throw there of Michael Huntley, at times he's throwing the dart more direct, more forceful than we've seen from him. And when he was just lacking that little bit of confidence early on the week, it was a little bit floaty. there's signs even in the action that he's feeling a lot better.
50.
And when you're playing north of 20 matches in a week, you've got to learn about yourself. You don't want to be one of those players who throws
100. Shane, you require
thousands of darts
10.
and then doesn't realise anything they've done right or wrong. Double two.
6.
What a chance for
Michael, you
Huntley to steal
require
this leg away.
100.
Firm darts needed. That's a good dart.
80.
That would have been a great
Shane,
one.
you require
And
4.
instead, we go back to the already named Desmond.
Yeah, that's
great
game
shot.
short in the second lap.
A lot of people would
Shane
think that that is a
McGuirk.
blocker, but you can actually use the left side of that dart as a guide if you deliver your
Third
darts
lag
the
is
same way
Michael
that
to
Shane
throw
does.
first. Game on.
Chance missed for Michael. Ooh, what's that one?
117.
I haven't got a name for that one. That's a dangler. I think even Shane realises that is something you don't see every day. That's a flight buster.
100.
He must have really sharp points.
I'm a little bit disappointed in Shane here, actually, because if we look at the table now, you'll see that his case is actually half
45.
pointing towards the wall.
Oh, it's alive. It's alive. So it faced the Oki at the start of the day, then it covered itself up,
42.
and now it's facing the speaker. I think it's just been there the whole time. It's just rotating like the sun.
I mean, how are we supposed to read
121.
Shane's case when it's facing that way? We can't even barely see.
Oh, come on, Matt.
The opposite
We've seen
side.
it enough this week. We know exactly what's on it.
He might have had a different one.
5.
Yeah, we'll just forget about that visit for Shane. It's amazing what we pick up in the commentary box, you know.
58.
Nobody is safe. Nothing is safe. We will find you.
140.
That's a little bit better
Michael,
than
you
5.
require 160.
Well done, Shane. Trying to leave double 10 here. That's not going to happen.
100.
It's the next best thing.
It's
going to show that that 5 visit was a bit of an anomaly. Huntley could easily be throwing these for a 3-0 lead.
40.
But you never know,
Shane,
he might be
require
2-1 down right now.
116.
Well, that one's a bit... Well, what a dart that was.
76.
I don't know
Michael,
how you feel,
require
Matt, but
20.
that first dart was just pinning down a little bit, covering the bed, and he
Yeah,
found a
that's
pure
game short
shot.
in the third lap.
Ultimately, it's in
Michael
vain, but
Huntley.
I don't want that leg to be forgotten, because that was an incredible second dart from Shane
Forward
McGuirk.
lag, it's Shane to throw
And not
first.
only the covering of the
Game
bed,
on.
like you say, but the dart was so loose in the board that he had to completely clear the dart at risk of Gary Anderson himself.
It's
57.
a bit like someone trying to clear 2 meters 37 in the high jump, and the bar is right on the edge of the shelf.
180.
You and a certain colleague of ours have already talked about a certain other thing being on the shelf pretty soon. The elf.
86.
It's only October the 26th, and you and a certain other person are talking about Christmas. It's not even
60.
Halloween.
Big fan of Christmas. I've already had one of those Christmas pudding sweets already, and
Leave.
a box
95.
of snowy fingers.
You're as bad as Abby Davis. She had some sort of Christmas tart thing about a month ago. Marketing
30.
gone mad, I tell you. Madness. But then again, I do eat cream eggs, yeah, round, so there you go.
57.
Cream egg is not just for Easter. Other brands are available. Now, Huntley's got to be really careful on this number. Well, he doesn't have to anymore because if you get the single 20
83.
from 231, 19 and 25 leave a finish. So you've got to be somewhat creative with your counting.
60. Michael, you require 148.
I think you're right, you know. I think he's throwing these with a bit more purpose. They're going in at slightly different angles as well. And that was thrown just a little bit from the side, I believe.
41.
We just caught a little glimpse of McGuirk trying to save that one with his hand, and it didn't work. Double 16.
40. Shane, you require 105.
This game's been littered with chances either way.
105 is a lovely finish for a player who likes the 16s. This way is just a bit more around the houses.
65.
But
Michael, you
home.
require 8.
Do you want this one? Do you want to call it in?
Michael Huntley now teeing off. 4.
4. Shane, you require 40.
Well, that didn't work.
Yeah, that's game
There it
short
is,
in the
tops
forward line.
for 2-2.
Shane McGuirk.
And you just get the feeling this one's going to go the distance as well. And that is something we've seen plenty of today.
Fifth flag, it's Michael to throw
There have
first.
been
Game
6
on.
games go the distance.
Do you know how many days it is now until Christmas?
140.
No, Matt, I don't.
60.
And if we're going to go on the darting theme of that
140.
number, there's only one referee in the history of this game who said that number better than everybody else.
190.
You know, we talk about the referees currently and from the past. Who's got the best 180 shout? We know who's got the best 174 because he's made it his own, Anthony Dundas.
27.
There's Marco Meyer, who has a fabulous 180. Great referee. Great to have him with us. But the best 60 caller, Freddie Williams.
60.
That lovely baritone 60. It was brilliant. The only time you're ever happy to hit 60.
190. Michael, you require 121.
might need that. Flights left on the floor. Flights smashed by the point. Possibly a 121 out. Oh, greedy, 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 Michael. That's a 84.
89.
That leaves
Shane,
32.
you
Well
require
thought out.
154.
Surprised you didn't call the Goldilocks. They're the first treble Goldilocks. This is 2 perfect trebles.
Yeah, that's
And
game
again,
short
he
in the
hits the
fifth
tops,
flag.
loves it up that
Shane
part of the
McGuirk.
board. And that is a 154 finish from Shane McGuirk.
Six
Most
flag, it's Shane to
importantly,
throw
that
first.
is a break of
Game
throw.
on.
That was a 12-dart leg. Michael Huntley was sat, waiting on 32. This game is warming up quite nicely.
140.
Judging by the expression of Michael Huntley with that 154 going, and he looked like he wanted to vomit.
100.
You probably understand this more than most, Matt, but when someone hits a shot like that against you, it physically hurts. They don't touch you or hit you with anything, but the feeling your
57.
body chemistry gives you in the change of circumstances, it actually feels like it does hurt.
Yeah, and that's why I'm
60.
a big advocate for a darts-themed tournament around the theme of basketball. I kept trying to get Chris Murphy to watch this last time I was here. I hope he's watched it. But
43.
You've seen that film, right?
Yes.
How good would that have been? Because in that shot, Shane McGuirk could just turn around and gone full-on psych out.
60.
Do you know what I would do? I'd have a tournament where players get 1 timeout each. And there's a big button, like there is on
58.
Ninja Warrior, where you just press the button whenever you want. And if you press that button before they've thrown the dart, it doesn't count. You get one of them
59.
per game. And of course, you're going to save it for, say, a match start or something like that, but you can press it at any time, and it would put your opponent off, maybe give you an extra chance. But that's how I think.
You've clearly been stood behind somebody at an important time thinking, I wish I could press a button right now.
Oh, yeah. Usually it's Robert Thornton.
85.
He usually hits when he's
Shane
about to leave.
143.
He once hit 130 checkout on the bullseye against me in a last set shootout at the Worlds. I was sitting on 58 for the match. That was so naughty.
79. Michael
Good darts
Uruguay
from Shane.
137.
Leave the two darter. And Michael's not going to return in kind with the big out. And let me remind you, the only person not to win a match today is Shane McGuirk.
Shane Uruguay
That can change
64.
right here.
One thing I've been really impressed with Shane is counting. Work round the houses there to leave this 64, which is a nice finish for a dart player because you can pick your route.
Shots.
And he wraps it up there.
Shane
Good
McGuirk.
thinking from Shane to leave the 64. And he gets his first win of the day. That 154 finish, massive. Really did turn the game. Michael Huntley knocked him out of his stride a little bit there, but still, good level of performance there from Michael Huntley. And if you can keep that going over the next couple of days, could be a contender in Group C. But for this one, it's 2 points for Shane McGuirk. Coming up next, we've got Kevin Garcia and Robert Owen.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGuirk has just ensured that he will not suffer a winless Wednesday here at the Live Lounge. A success for him by 4 legs to 2 over Michael Huntley. Despite having a lower average in the game, he punished Huntley for all those missed starts at double. 11 in total there for Huntley, and McGuirk getting his first victory. It's been a long time coming today for McGuirk, but he finally gets over the line. We will have a look at the Group A table just to reassert what's already happened. Robert Owen is through to finals night on Saturday, so far clear at the top of the table. James Hurrell and Jim McEwan in turn too far clear of the bottom three, so they'll be in Group B with McGuirk, Garcia and Huntley playing in Group C in the morning sessions tomorrow and Friday. But Kevin Garcia is having a fantastic day today. He's won all three of his matches, as has the runaway league leader Robert Owen. However, Owen has won both of their previous encounters this week. It seems to be a pattern, doesn't it? Players coming into today having won two against some of their opponents. Owen with that fabulous 109 checkout to win 4-2 on Monday, and then he was even more dominant when the pair met yesterday. A whitewash win for Stack Attack. Well, we do have two players in action who are in good form today. Owen now through. Garcia knows where he's going. He's trying to keep riding that wave really into tomorrow and Friday. Something's got to give in this one. Who will make it an awesome foursome? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you very much, Murph. Yeah, it's a battle of the undefeated players today. I wasn't sure I was going to be saying that about Kevin Garcia today, funnily enough. But I'm very glad I am. I am buoyed by the fact that Garcia has found some form here on Wednesday. I'm looking to see whether he can take it to the next level to take out the Group A winner with 2 games to spare. Look at you, Robert. Fancy chops. Winning with only 13 games here. Anybody who think you got a tour card? Oh, yes, you do. But you can't use it yet. Still got a job to do. You might even get yourself to 26 points.
First leg, it's
two
Kevin
real stories
first. Game on.
of today's play. One of them is Robert Owen dominating Group A and taking the win. The other one is the much improved performance from the 2 ADC qualifiers, Michael Huntley and Kevin Garcia.
And that is a bit of a warning sign for the players in Group C, because we know who is going to be in Group C now over the next couple of days. So set your timers for 9:25 for the next couple of mornings, if you're able to do so.
60.
You could indeed just subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, because that's where you can watch alongside our broadcast partners, Sporty Stuff TV. And if you hit the notification bell, we'll actually let you know when coverage is about to start. But it will be Mark Graham, Martin Thomas, Reese Colley. And you've got Mike Huntley.
97.
You've got Kevin Garcia. And you've also got Shane McGuirk. As it stands, who's your favourite to win that group? Or who do you think will be the 2 to go through? Because it's 2 from 6.
I'm really interested in seeing Reese Colley. He was down here a couple of weeks ago when I was on commentary, and he was quite impressive there. Then he went on to win the British Open, which, as we know, is a very hard title to win. The Roll of Honour of that is littered with legends.
And we will go through that Roll of Honour over the next couple of days.
107.
I think Reese will take that one.
So you're going for Reese Colley to win Group
59.
C.
Robert Udiquire,
Who's going to join
40.
him? I'm going to go for Garcia.
Or 30.
Martin
Kevin
Thomas.
Udiquire, 48.
That's where I was going to go. Martin Thomas. Tops.
28.
He's done that a
Robert
few times this week. You know,
10.
he's gone for that double 10. And without taking his time on the body shift to the other part of the board, he's thrown it very quickly.
6. Kevin Udiquire,
Probably best
20.
not speculate what Robert was thinking there with that second dart, but 2 10s?
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
And the
Kevin
first
Garcia.
leg goes to Kevin Garcia. Does double 10 have a name?
We was going to call it the Downing Street.
No, that's right.
Second
sure
leg
there's a lot
is
of people out
Robert
there who would have
first.
thought about that.
Game on.
Got a lot of residents these days, doesn't it?
44.
More like an Airbnb, 10 Downing
140.
Yeah, I can't think of a decent one. I'm not going to call it Downing Street. No way.
100.
Mentioned earlier that Kevin Garcia was such an outsider to win his first 3 games that it would have been about 27 to 1.
131.
If he wins this game, I'm going to have to work it out exactly what that would be, because it was about the 5 to 2 mark to beat Robert Owen.
83.
I don't think the bookies are getting the message that he's having a good day. But I would still, even though he's undefeated today, have him as the outsider against Owen, because Owen finds a way.
140.
He's actually my favourite Owen, you know. I don't like Michael Owen. I'm a Newcastle United fan. You don't need to be a wizard to know the reason behind that. Owen Binks is all right.
59.
Good old Grimy. I bet he's watching as well. Just can't get enough of it, even when he's not refereeing. Loves it.
There's an Owen intake that as well, wasn't there?
Mark
82.
Owen.
Kevin, you require 31.
Good to see somebody hitting the single 15 on a 31 checkout.
15. Robert, you require 52.
Nothing like a bit of self-deprecation there for you, the asset. Double 16.
36. Kevin, you require
Kevin Garcia
16.
is going to top the daily table. That will be some story. That's a bad dart. 4.
12.
He missed the fairway.
Robert, you require 16.
Robert Owen, the way his darts are going, the mannerisms, the way he's walking around the stage, strikes me as a guy that
No
thinks
score.
Job's done already.
Kevin, you require 4. Yeah, that's game short in the second flag.
That's a break throw in 19 darts. That just hasn't been happening to Robert Owen this week so far.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I hate to be all Chris Murphy about this, but if Kev Garcia wins this game and the next one, it could be a perfect storm. What you can hear is a tumbleweed just floating by.
We should have a button. Maybe we get the producers to do that tomorrow. So every time one of us tells a terrible joke, we just press the button, and just like the averages, they can just come across the screen, a nice tumbleweed across the bottom.
It would be the most used button in the commentary box.
180.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We are going to have that button, because that signifies the first 180, and it illustrates also the level of Robert Owen's
64.
play in this game and how much maybe the adrenaline has gone.
Just everything about Robert Owen,
60.
his mannerisms, it's just all different from what we've seen so far the last couple of days.
You're a dart player, Matt. You know how
adrenaline
affects you. It's great when you've got it, but it's awful when it leaves you.
You just crash, don't you? You crash, and you just look at a man here who is crashing, who's already thinking about that drive home, I think.
$98.
He did so much in the way of mathematics after that treble 19, trying to figure out what he had left. And then next thing you know, it's Goldilocks.
100.
I think I'm going to be getting my own commentary bingo card with my name next to Goldilocks next. It's all Chris Murphy's fault anyway. Double top for Garcia for 3-0.
43. Robert, you require
Owen's got so many options here. Well, that wasn't one of them. But he could still do it.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Robert Owen.
That's a Neville Southall. Great save.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Somehow, my commentary bingo would end up with basketball on it. because I don't know how I keep getting to it, but we always have a conversation about basketball,
100.
which is a film that hardly anyone's seen.
Everybody's got their own tastes, haven't they?
59.
Hasn't been a movie about darts yet. It can only be a matter of time, considering the content that's out there. Somebody, in fact, wasn't there
140.
something done with Richie Burnett once?
I would love to see a darts movie. And I didn't know if it'd
134.
work, but when I saw the movie The Wrestler, I thought, what a great thing to show, like the highs, the lows, and people getting trapped in that
140.
world where you're just constantly trying to either recreate or create that success. And there's so much that within darts and so many
58.
stories
Robert
and
Udigrad,
backstories that I
121.
think you could make an amazing movie.
Okay. You've got until the next leg, or until the board revolves,
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth line.
with a 1-2-1 on the ball. I wasn't giving you much time, you see, as Robert Owen fixes his average over the last couple of legs and turns it
Fifth
into a
flag, it's
90.
Kevin to throw first.
Now remember, it was
Game
at
on.
75 when he was 2-0 down. Just goes to show how well he's played over the last couple of legs. But now that the board has revolved even,
57.
who would you base the movie on?
I think I'd like to base it on a player who's had success,
24.
come away from it, and then come back to bigger success. Someone like Nathan Aspinall.
140.
Do you know what I would do? Jockey Wilson. Because he won in 82. Was 82, wasn't it? Yeah, 82 in the brown shirt.
85.
Everybody thought the world was at his feet and things didn't go his way. He went into the doldrums and then he came back in 89 and beat Bristow in that amazing final.
100.
So, if you're watching this and you're into movie making and things like that, that idea was for free. Research the life of Jockey
41.
Wilson and there is a movie in there somewhere.
See, the reason I mention Aspinall is because he's got a great story, hasn't he? Of like, he had a tour card, he
40.
lost the card, he went to the Challenge Tour, he got a card back, quit work, got down to his last couple of quid, and then had a massive run when he was just about to go back to work again.
140.
And now we know him as one of the best
Gavin
players in the
Udigrad,
world.
164.
But there was a day where people would have written him off, and it wasn't that many days ago.
96.
I played Nathan Aspinall on the European Tour about 6 months before he won his first senior ranking event, and he was not the player that we know now. But I'm so happy for him.
Gavin
He's one of my
Udigrad,
favourite players to
68.
watch. Doesn't live that far away from Kev Garcia, actually. Just down road. Double 16.
36. Robert Udigrad, 151.
Oh, he's had a 1-2-1. 151 is a lot harder.
$27. Gavin
left hungry today,
Udigrad,
Matt.
32.
Nobody's given us any bagels. Only one result that isn't 4-2 or 4-3, and that was when Owen beat Hurrell 4-1. How does he hit this? The only way is over the top.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
game
boy,
short in the
what a
fifth flag.
shot.
Gavin Garcia.
I didn't think it was possible to hit the bottom half of that double eight. That's an incredible double.
Six flaggers, Robert to throw first. Game on.
I think the other thing that a story being highlighted, like the Nathan one, would do
100.
is it would say, don't let the short term affect the long term. There's so many times like you'll see a certain player and you'll mention it and you'll
96.
you see so many comments come up like, oh, he's only done this or done that. A lot of the time what they've done are clues to what they could do. Just because you haven't hit that level of consistency or that level
60.
of performance on a regular basis, if there's enough clues in there, and you can often find them in certain numbers, like how would they play against a throw, how do they play when they
59.
go behind. Because sometimes, as we've seen with someone like, say, Josh Rock, you could have easily found negatives with him. Gone, oh, well, he only got his tour card on the last day. It's the last player to squeeze for on the last day.
137.
Then he lost his first 5, Pro Tours in the first round.
But he was averaging high.
Yes, clues.
120.
Don't see anybody talking about that now.
We're too busy looking at his bank account thinking, I wouldn't mind a slice of that.
Like they always say.
43.
Wouldn't mind his tax bill.
Well, Kevin Garcia is setting himself up here for a perfect
100.
start to the day.
Robert, you require
27 to 1
161.
it would have been for it to be a perfect start after 3. I will work it out what it'd be after 4 if he can beat Robert Owen.
And he's got Shane McGuirk in
Gavin, you
match number
require
15.
126.
To stay undefeated, he needs 69 more. But you've got to get the 19. Ah,
74.
You got
Robert,
69, you've got to go
require
big 19, haven't you?
72.
You do, though, don't you, though?
$32. Gavin, you
This
require 52.
It's for the match.
What a chance. He's missed another single. 1 dart.
12.
Should have had more
Robert,
than
you
1.
require 40.
Probably should have had 3, if not 4.
Yeah, that's game
And that
short
takes
and
us
a
all the
6
way.
flag.
Kevin
Robert
Garcia had a
Owen.
chance to make it 4 wins from 4 and become only the second player to beat Robert Owen this week.
7th and final arc. It's Kevin to throw first.
Kevin will have the
Game
advantage of
on.
throwing the last leg.
It's conceivable, Matt, that Shane McGuirk could be the only person to beat Robert Owen this week.
140.
Robert's career with us here at the Super Series needs lauding. He's done so well
85.
over the course of the last 18 months with us. He's one of the most prolific winners, the most prolific Saturday night
59.
visitors as well. He won a stage, or he won a Saturday night during stage 1 at the very start.
59.
And I think I know his motivation, you know, because he won 5 times in Southampton at the previous studio. 5 times. It's the same as Conan Whitehead, that.
60.
But he's only got 1 more chance to win in this venue before we send him on his way to the tour. And that's this week.
100.
He's made an awful lot of money. He's put himself in a financially
90.
secure position because of this project. This event has changed the life of Robert Owen. And he is immensely grateful. And he doesn't want to lose today. And he might not because of that maximum, which miraculously is his first of the game.
What did we say earlier with Robert Owen? That's the timing that you get from a player who's got the quality to compete on the Pro Tour.
77.
I mean, you can dig out a big finish like he did earlier with a 145 when he was behind. When you can dig out a max like he has to carve himself this opportunity
shot
that
and
he
a
has
match.
taken.
Robert Owen.
And that confirms that Shane McGuirk still is the only player to beat Robert Owen so far. Robert Owen does still have 1 more game to go. Jim McEwan's got a crack at getting a victory against Robert Owen. But Robert Owen could be going into Saturday night's final with only 1 player having the victory over him. We've got 3 more games to go. Coming up next, Michael Huntley and James Hurrell.
Welcome back. So Robert Owen maintains his 100% record here in Group A today. No perfect storm, as Paul Nicholson put it. Not sure about tumbleweed, Paul. I think that would whiz past rather than float, wouldn't it, in a storm? Anyway, it's over for Kevin Garcia because Owen has won the match 4-3. Garcia looked like he was going to carry on his fantastic run today, but it's taking some stopping Stack Attack, who is already through to finals night, a 1-2-1 checkout. The highlight for him in that one. He will love to look at the league table, so we'll do that. We know that everything is already sorted out. Owen has now stretched his lead to 8 points from second place James Hurrell, and third place Jim McEwan. Shane McGuirk, Kevin Garcia and Michael Huntley will all be in Group C, and we'll finish in those 4th, 5th and 6th positions, whatever happens in the final few matches of the day. The first of which is Huntley versus Hurrell. And James has won both of the meetings between the pair so far this week, winning 4-1 on Monday. The WDF World #1 might not have been too happy with that first start, but he was certainly very happy with the last one that got him over the line, and he followed it 24 hours later with a 72 checkout to take the 2 points in their meeting yesterday. All about now just trying to end on a high ahead of the tasks ahead of them in Groups B and C respectively. Everything, as I said, is sorted. That's led the boys in the commentary box to start deviating away from darts and talking about movies. So let's hope this is a blockbuster battle, a titanic tussle between two gladiators of the game. I'll hand back to those two good fellas in the commentary box.
How long were you rehearsing that, Murph? That was a good effort. I like that. Nothing but Oscar-winning movies there. Titanic, Goodfellas. What was the other one?
Basketball, I think.
Oh, you didn't. You didn't go there. Well, James Hurrell is in third position as it stands. Oh, actually, no, he's in second. He's got better leg difference now than Jim McEwan. But if he wins against his opponent here and Jim McEwan slips up against Rob Owen in the next match, then Hurrell is going to finish in second, which I suppose is not that bad a result.
First leg is Michael
win
the throw first. Game on.
It's going to be another early morning for Mike Huntley
41
on Thursday and another on Friday. So if he has aspirations of playing here at night, he's going to have to qualify in the top 2 in Group C
60
to get here with fans on Saturday night. And of course, you can be here on Saturday night. All you have to do is go to dartshop.tv, go to the ticket
85
section and find out what's going on at the Modus Live Lounge on Saturday night. Get yourself here. It's a great atmosphere. And you can get up close and personal with the players. As you can see, those benches behind them are a matter of yards away from the action.
140.
I get the feeling that there's always a part of the day when my brain starts turning a little bit silly.
Is that now?
Well, normally it's about 7 o'clock in the morning, which is when I wake up.
140.
But there's just, when you said fans, I felt the need to over-clarify that what you meant was we're not just going to put loads of fans
James, you require 167.
blowing the wind around, because obviously that was kind of the different tournament vibe that we was looking for, wasn't
You
it?
mean supporters as opposed to things that keep you cool?
Yes.
131. Michael, you require
It would be quite funny to
155.
put fans out there and see what would happen to the darts, though. Like playing a match outdoors.
60. James, you require
Which has happened
36.
a few times on the World Series.
Yes, it has. In Dubai. James looking to say goodbye to leg number 1.
Yeah, that's game
And a very
shown in
good
the
double
first
nine.
leg. James Hurrell.
Only just. 1-0 Hurrell with a break.
Second leg is James to throw first. Game
I
on.
do get the feeling that Hurrell is going to have to find a bit more consistency if he's going to get in the top 3 places over the next couple of nights. I just
100.
feel like he's trying too hard. Now that's just... I've not spoken to James the last 3 days. I just get the feeling he's always
60.
surveying his performance. He doesn't let the natural brilliance of his game come to the fore enough. This is better.
140.
Even there, he's not happy with the 140. Be pleased with the 140 and move on. Good thing for Mike is that he is doing little bits to inflate his confidence ahead of the next couple of days, but the likes of Pete Burgoyne, Scott Walters, who has got
40.
a score to settle with this venue after his exploits in the previous stage. Hurrell and McEwan are all going to be very quiet over the next couple of nights because
180.
they've got Richard North to put up with. Well, Mike Huntley is sipping from the glass of brilliant darts juice all of a sudden.
180.
Pass the glass over.
I was going to say, where's that glass? I want to go and have a few
81.
gulps out of that one. This is bull for a 12.
56.
He could lose the
James,
leg after hitting two 180s.
41.
These are the legs you hate to lose. But full credit to Hurrell to stay in it
Yeah, that's game
by
short
getting a
on the
max of
second
his
bar.
own. And that is
James
a
Hurrell.
gorgeous leg of darts. In 14, Huntley's going to be feeling hollow after that.
Third leg is Michael to throw first.
When you
Game
think of
on.
Huntley, you usually think of John Henderson because that's the town that Hendo lives in up in Scotland. But it's Huntley with an E in it.
59.
That is 2-0 down here.
Did you see the video on, I think it was Twitter, when John Henderson won the World Cup and he returned home and everyone was out in the streets applauding him?
It's glorious. It's one of the nicest things I've seen
60.
over the last few years. You ever been to Huntley?
No.
I've been on the bus through it when I was on my way to Keith in Aberdeenshire. Such a
100.
beautiful place. If you've never been to Aberdeenshire, west of Aberdeen on the way to Inverness, oh, but just go. It's incredible.
60.
Places like Keith and Inverurie. Done darts exhibitions up there and spent some personal time there as well. Great golf courses,
100.
incredible greenery, beautiful people. What more could you ask for?
I used to like a place we used to go to for the Pro Tour in Killarney in Ireland. I used to say that that
60.
place was like a postcard.
Mm.
Lovely place.
Yeah, Killarney's fun. Been there many times. Did the Ring of Kerry as well for a drive.
140.
You got to do that. That's very special.
You're saying all this, and I know right now the missus is going to be sat home with a pen and paper writing all this down because she's all into exploring and going and looking at things. Where I'm
140.
more like,
Michael, you require 102.
You want to go down to the beach near Waterville Golf Club. One of the most exclusive golf clubs
70.
in all of Ireland. I tried to get in there once, but apparently Bill Clinton was on it. So I couldn't. But the beach next to that club looks out at the Atlantic. The next thing from there is America. It is quite the place.
60. Michael, you require 32.
Very familiar place is double 16.
Yeah, that's game
That's
short
more
on the
like
third
it. 16
leg.
darts for Huntley,
Michael
gets him in the
Huntley.
match, and he's smiling all of a sudden. And that is a wide smile. I first met
Forward
Mike
leg
earlier
is
this
James
summer.
to throw first.
Took to him
Game
immediately.
on.
And the first thing I noticed about him was that smile. And I just get the feeling over the last 3 days he hasn't been smiling enough.
well, today he's had plenty to smile about, hasn't he? He's had the
One on the
best
end,
performance of the
40.
week so far. That was against Robert Owen. Just missed out on beating Robert Owen, which is something that only Shane McGuirk has managed to do.
One
think
on an end, 40.
The amateur darts circuit, who sent Huntley and Garcia our way this week, they can feel very proud today. Because if you think about the accumulative points total over the last couple of days for the
42.
ADC, 4 points Monday, 4 points Tuesday. Today, with 2 games left, they've got 10, is it?
60.
They've got 8. Garcia's got 6. Huntley's got 2. So they've already doubled what they've done the last couple of days.
One on an end, 40.
This is a good game. Both players around
One
the
on an end,
mid-90s.
40.
And 140 pushing Huntley very close to the 100.
trying to figure out James Hurrell's flights, you know. I think they're a bit mysterious. He puts the punch in and the ring in and pops them over a poly stem, but they're almost holographic. You get them in the right light, they've got some pattern on them, but you saw with all 3 darts there, you couldn't see anything, it's just black. Quite mystifying, those things.
90.
Oh, that's a good last start.
James, you require 154.
Stay there. Double 17.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
gorgeous from Hurrell.
James Hurrell.
Look at Huntley in the background as if to say that was audacious, but very, very good.
5th flag is Michael to throw first. Game on.
And do you know what, right? Every time we get a new group, I always look through, like, what's people's favourite double percentage? And you often find that everyone's got a very good record on double 17. It's hardly ever left, but every time it is, it normally goes.
In the last couple of years,
97.
I can confidently say that it has been hit less than 35 times. Because the last count I had from our resident statistician
60
was 30 times. And that wasn't that long ago. So my estimate for a double 17 would be about 32, 33.
60
for the last 18 months, which is ridiculous. It is the least hit double to win a leg. And the second least is double 13, which I found quite surprising, actually. Because the amount of people that leave double 13 off an 81 checkout is quite common.
$100.
I think Huntley was dreaming of getting a winning against the England captain before
97.
they go their separate ways. He's going to have to do it the hard way.
$100. Michael, you require 108.
Well, that's a bit tricky, that shot. I get the feeling that one just stood up a little bit.
60. James, you require 144.
Last game we'll be playing today for both these players.
100.
They go different ways.
Michael,
one will be going to the morning,
48.
one will be going to the evening. They'll both be coming back tomorrow.
Yeah, that's
Huntley
game
will be
short
coming
in the
back with
5th
plenty
flag.
of positive
Michael
vibes.
Huntley.
Much improved performance today. He had his best performance that we've seen from him so far in the last
6th
game
flag
against Robert
is
Owen.
James to throw first.
93.48, and he has raised it again. Currently averaging 96.42 in this one. You mentioned at the very, very start of this that you've seen things in Michael Huntley that suggest that he can hit this level of performance.
69.
And a bit more regular than what we've seen.
Well, in seniors events, because he is over the age of 50, he's played a part of the World Seniors Tour this year.
26.
He has made semi-final. And you don't do that without having talent against some of the senior crop at the minute, the likes of Darren Johnson and Andy Jenkins and lots of other players that we've seen here at the MODUS Super Series.
Richie Howson been doing very well on that tour and obviously did well here a couple of weeks ago as well.
And he won the Viking Cup on Sunday. Many congratulations to the Owl. I can't wait for Richie Howson to play in front of a crowd and they all go, woo! I want that to happen so badly.
100.
You get one side of the crowd going like that and then the other one's going the other way. You know how it is.
Imagine if he played
140.
Martin Adams.
So the Owl and the Wolf. Only in darts, folks. Only in darts.
83. James, you require 132.
The video game would have predicted the Owl versus the Wolf. Has Huntley got a nickname? I don't think he has he?
92.
Not seen one.
Can't be the Hunter, because that's Adam Hunt.
13.
Oh, that
James
one
should require 40.
was a bit resigned as Hurrell goes for tops in the win to finish his campaign.
Game.
And that's
shot,
it. He
and a match.
finishes
James
with a very
Hurrell.
respectable 18 points from his Group A campaign. That was a good display there from Hurrell. 93.66, 57% on the checkouts again. But his overall performance today has been really, really decent. 6 points for the day, and he will go into Group B over the next couple of nights with confidence. You'll have to wait until tomorrow morning to see Huntley again, and he'll be back come 9:30 for Thursday. We've got 2 more matches for you for Wednesday. Robert Owen will finish his campaign in Group A as the champion up against Jim McEwan after this.
So just a couple of games left to go in Group A, a group we know Robert Owen has already won, but James Hurrell has finished with something of a flourish, a 4-2 success against Michael Huntley. A decent display from Hurrell there, 93.66 the average. He had that fabulous 154 checkout in there as well, and 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Really good stuff from James Hurrell to end his Group A stay, and we will see him again in Group B. As you can see from the Group A table, it will be Hurrell and McEwan who play in the evening sessions here on Thursday and Friday. Owen, as I mentioned, already through. McGuirk, Garcia and Huntley dropping into Group C. Now, it will be a meeting between Robert Owen and Jim McEwan, and even though Jim McEwan has been one of the best players at the Super Series historically, Owen has got the better of him twice already this week. He took out this double 14 for a 4-2 success on day one in this group as he started his climb up the table. Didn't look that happy about it, but I'm sure he was even happier, or a lot happier, yesterday when he produced this rescue act to bag the bagel, a 4-0 success, something that we haven't seen at all in today's session. Can Robert Owen double up and get another 4-0 win, or will Jim McEwan tie on points with James Hurrell ahead of their bids to progress from Group B? Let's find out. Is the group winner against one of the players who will be dropping into Group B, with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar talking you through it.
Many thanks, Murph. Yeah, the last game you'll see from Robert Owen this week until Saturday. I wonder what he's going to do. Is he going to go home? Is he going to stick around? Does he love Portsmouth that much that he doesn't want to go home? I doubt it. I think he's going to go home, see the family, relax for a couple of days and get himself ready for a crack at another win on a Saturday night. It would be his 6th if he was to do it. McEwan this week will have to negotiate Group B first to then have a crack at his 3rd Saturday night win
First
with us.
leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
In fact, he only wins big ones because he's won a Champion of Champions special during the summer and a
100.
Champions Week earlier this year.
There used to be a song, didn't they? Saturday night at the movies. Now Saturday night at the darts. Well, it's for Robert Owen.
121.
We say Saturday night because it starts on Saturday night, but technically it's Sunday morning. But
100.
not really that big a deal, is it?
I think, was that Robson and Jerome, was it? Saturday night at the movies?
Yeah, it was a cover though. I don't know who did the original.
140.
Said there's a part of the day where my brain gets a little bit silly. When you sat quoting Robson and Jerome.
Well, how about Elton John? Saturday
100.
night's all right for flighting.
So 2:23 is the time of day that Paul Nicholson's brain starts getting a bit silly.
Oh, mush fest.
27.
Can you imagine having a mosh pit here? The darts. That would be interesting. Have to get Ryan Searle to come down. I wouldn't be surprised if Robert's brain has gone to mush a little bit, actually.
31.
He has played so much in the way of darts over the last few weeks. He must be on fumes a bit. And maybe having the 2 days off is going to help him in a quest for Saturday night. And don't forget, Saturday night is going to be
39.
his swan song. It's going to be his last time here before he goes to the Pro Tour. So we will make a lot of Robert Owen jokes.
$96.
All good ones, though. Nothing mean. That's not what we're like. Is it 134?
83.
Nope.
Robert, you require 74.
Is it 74? Could be.
42.
Didn't really
Jim, you
scare it.
require 91.
Goldilocks.
That's getting so popular. What have you started, Murphy?
71.
I think he did it twice, you know.
Robert, you require
Double Goldilocks
32.
there.
Yeah, that's game short
There
in
you
the
go.
first
That is
lap.
the right door,
Robert
the right
Owen.
bed. And a 1-0 lead for Robert Owen, who's looking for a perfect day to get to 26 points in
Second
this
leg
group.
is Jim to throw
That will
first.
be quite the effort.
Game on.
And like Matthew Edgar said on a couple of occasions, he could go through this group with only one person defeating him. I don't think that is something that's happened very often. We know that
46.
Jim McEwan has done that because the last time he was with us, he won Group A on 28 points and only Josh Payne beat him, but only once. Shane McGuirk has beaten Rob twice.
100.
You say Goldilocks is getting popular. That's probably because we haven't checked our Twitter folder yet to see the people telling us to stop using Goldilocks.
Give it time. Give it time.
140.
I've been told to stop many times. It can come back and bite you though if people tell you to stop.
100.
Just watch Blackadder goes forth when he tells Charlie Chaplin to please, please, please stop. Comes back to bite him.
I've not seen much Blackadder, but I have seen the one with Rick Mayall in it.
Classic. Captain Flashheart.
96.
Had the wind brush through your hair.
That's a great series. One of the funniest things ever written. Funnily enough, talking about South Walian dart
134.
players, Richie Burnett, who had great success with us last year, one of his favourite things in the world is to watch Blackadder Goes Forth because he loves Baldrick's poem. And it just goes
133.
boom,
Robert,
boom,
you require
boom.
167.
That's exactly what Rob Owen was trying to do there with 3 booms.
97. Jim, you require 86.
Just follow that same line. Not the first time he's missed to the left and low today.
As if we spotted it a couple of days ago, isn't it?
46. Robert, you require 70.
I didn't expect him to go for the treble 9 there, but that was a good shot. Not as good as this. He thought that was in.
Yeah,
That
that's
one
getting
is.
short in the second
I've
line.
got something to say about Rob Owen, you know, because I've seen him play on Monday. I've seen him play today. When he's playing well,
Third leg is Robert to throw
that
first.
double 10
Game on.
is on the end of a string. I don't have any evidence about it, but I've seen enough of him the last couple of
60.
years to know that when he's doing his best stuff, when he's feeling confident, that double 10 is a saviour that often gets used.
$100.
And we did get a tweet from Gail McEwan about the whole Chucky thing.
100.
Apparently he's just always been called Chucky. Don't know why. So we haven't really been enlightened as to why. But we want to know by the end of the week. So there you go, Gail. That's your little assignment for the next couple of days.
96.
We want to know. If you come back and tell me, I'm not going to tell you, that's fair enough.
We mentioned Alan Norris. He could be an Alan
16.
Norris fan. We mentioned he might like movies. We also left out the fact that he might have enjoyed watching the Rugrats.
Can't say I watched much of that when I was in my teens.
I've actually named my son after one of the characters of that.
55.
Yeah, Tommy Pickles was the one.
Does he know that?
Yes. He's not happy about it, though.
I think I was named after Paul Newman.
140.
Like most of the people of my age. Because Paul Newman was probably the coolest man on the planet, aside Jack Nicholson at the time.
Yeah, that's why I think I've got to change the naming and say he was named after the Green Power Ranger. It's a little bit more cool.
58. Robert, you
That's,
require
that's
141.
Subjective. There was a red Power Ranger, right? Could be Morphin time.
101.
What dinosaur would Rob Owen be? He was the red Power Ranger.
That's the Tyrannosaurus.
I love that you know that. I had no idea.
I've still got all the toys. I collect them all. We had this conversation the other night.
140. Robert, you require 40.
The things you learn when you've got a microphone and a headset. Left or right?
Yeah, that's game short
just
in the third
underneath.
leg.
How did he do
Robert
that?
Owen.
You know how his darts fly, Matt. How did he do that?
I don't
Forward
know.
leg is Jim to throw first.
I think
Game
there's
on.
one person on this planet who knows exactly how the Robert Owen darts behave, and that's Robert Owen. We don't need to know, but if he does, he's the one cashing the checks. Only one more match to go,
55.
and it could be after the day's first bagel. It'll be Garcia against McGuirk.
22.
You're bringing up a lot of topics that I don't know anything about, though. Rugrats, Power Rangers.
I'm surprised you don't Power Rangers, because most wrestling fans went down the Power
95.
Ranger. Oh, then I'm younger, though. Yeah, it's different ages, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. More of a Simpsons guy. Oh, glorious.
180.
First 180 of the game. Owen pressing forward, but he, in the knowledge of leaving 299, will now have to start on 19s
85.
to try and leave a finish here.
There's an episode of The Simpsons where they'd shown that the episode was like 3 versions of the day. And I'll
59.
never forget it because Marge wanted Homer to eat more healthy and she gave him like some granola or some muesli or something. He starts eating it and Lisa's like, no, Bob, whoever it was, went, oh, I'm going to get us out of this. Hey, do you want to go see my science fair project? He goes, no, but I sure don't want to eat this breakfast.
We can't say it word for word because there's a word in there you shouldn't really see on TV.
100.
That is a good
Jim,
one.
you require 131.
How good is this one? 51 tops. Gonna leave double top.
91. Robert, you
And
require
you'll have to wait because
140.
Owen's been taking out the 140 plus shots today. Not this time.
60. Jim, you require 40.
Just hit the middle of that barrel, it'll nestle underneath.
Yeah, that's
Just
game
like that.
short in the
Beautifully
fourth
done.
leg. Jim McEwan.
No bagels here. This ain't no bakery.
There's quite a few yesterday, wasn't they? 4-0s. Robert
Fifth
Owen
lag
was
is
dishing
Robert
them
to
out
throw
3
first.
and totally
Game
dished
on.
out yesterday.
Yeah, he was doing a Steve Hine yesterday, wasn't he? Dishing out the baked goods.
121.
I love how they say his nickname in South Wales. Stark Attack. Oh, I've got to be fair. I've done an Irish accent today, a Scottish one.
96.
And there's the Welsh.
And now a Dalek.
Well, if he is a Dalek, he's exterminated everybody.
100.
Well, in this group anyway. And by winning Group A, he's going to have the darts. He's going to have a lot of benefits come Saturday night as well. Fringe benefits.
100.
He'll be hoping that he doesn't go the same way as McEwan did back in week 4 of the previous phase. The previous stage even.
20.
That looked almost like it hit the board sideways.
I think he might have flicked off his own flight. Does that give you a bit of information about the problems that Jim has had this week so far? He hasn't played badly. He's just had a few darts that have been mystifying.
65.
And I put that down to grip. And it's interesting that after that bad dart, he rubbed his hand on his trousers.
Now that's a thing that hasn't been invented in darts yet.
140.
Trousers with the extra portion where you wipe your hand. The patch.
Is this your next product?
Maybe.
The Paul Nicholson trousers?
81. Robert, you require 120.
Terrible thinking there from Jim.
Yeah, and Robert Owen's looking to trouser the 120 for the win. Double top.
100.
He'll be back for a double 10, which I said he's been very good on over the last couple of days. It's over to you, Rob. There's only one thing standing in the way of you and the car and home.
127. Robert, you require 20. No score. Jim, you require
Jim a chance
32.
to extend this game.
Yeah, that's game
Consider the
short
game
in the
extended.
fifth flag. Jim McEwan.
Well, Owen should be starting the car right now, but he's stalled.
6 flag is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Got a story for you, actually. When I was about to leave here the other week, I did a Monday to Friday, was it? No, it can't have been a Friday, because we had the evening sessions. Must have left on a Wednesday. And I've gone out to a car. Gone to start the car.
180.
The battery was flat because I'd left the light on.
Silly boy.
Luckily, I was parked right next to a garage.
95.
And I popped in and they came out and they put a starter pack thing. And he's like, I'll just run it for 30 minutes, you'll be fine. Yeah, that could have, if I parked anywhere else. If you are going to flatten your battery, do it next to a garage.
121.
I think the battery got flat there for Jim. He was on a perfect leg and missed out on dart 6. I saw somebody's lights on this morning, actually, when I was walking to the studio. I would have notified the person whose car it was, but could have been anybody's in a 4-mile radius.
Just one of those
42.
lucky things, isn't it? Like, if you're going to break down, do it next to a garage. If you're going to have a medical emergency, make sure it's next to an ambulance.
I'll remember that.
100. Jim, you require 158.
You're going to win 4-3. You better win leg 6 first. That's a nice adjustment.
84.
If you want to pressurize for the 4-2 possibility, you want to leave yourself 85 or less here. Looks like he's going to do it.
140.
85
Jim,
it is.
You require 74.
Double top for a 3-3.
54.
Another chance for Owen, who had
Robert,
3
you
darts
require
at double 10
85.
in the previous leg to win. That leaves 64. So plan A is scuppered. Plan B,
60.
not
Jim,
executed
you
either.
require 20.
Nearly hit the treble. Another sign of that misgripping from Jim McEwan.
Yeah, that's game
He
short on
seals
the
it
6th slag.
On the
Jim
double 5,
McEwan.
and in the very first game of the day, Robert Owen went 3-0 down to Shane
7-10
McGuirk.
final arc. It's Robert
And
at
ended
throw
up coming
first.
back to win
Game
4-3.
on.
In this game, his last game of the day, he has gone 3-0 up. Is Jim McEwan going to come back? Give him a taste of his own
85.
medicine.
I remember when Jim was on 14 straight wins in Group A a
100.
few weeks ago, and he was playing his last game of the group. He lost to Josh Payne. He survived all the way through to the end, but ultimately failed at the final hurdle.
140.
Robert, this week, has had a superb time of it. He's been at the top of the table the whole time. 8 points on Monday, 8 points
85.
on Tuesday. Already got 8 points today. Remarkable consistency. And that one, the flight came out before the dart was even thrown.
As he threw it, the flight came off and he caught it. And now Marco's picking up the
80.
pieces.
The duties of a referee, honestly. That dart just imploded before it even went the board.
It's in that many pieces, we might need to get the Hoover out.
I bet Marco's never seen that before. There you can see 2 pieces, 3. Any advance on 3? Advance on 3. Oh, the pain. Oh, the pain.
180.
This is one of the weirdest legs I've ever seen.
The fact he caught the flight as well just made that so much better. And he just stands there with a piece of dart in his hand like that.
140.
Great
Jim, you
140.
require 136.
This would be the ultimate ending to this leg and this match. I just want to know what happened.
42. Robert, you
Okay,
require
Robert, you've
56.
missed to win in 2 different legs now. Time to get the job done.
Game,
consider the job
shot,
done.
and a match.
That's a
Robert
great performance
Owen.
over the course of Group A from Stack Attack. He was, without a shadow of a doubt, the best player by a mile. And he has won this group by 8 points. 89.79 is average. His checkouts are decent. But the funny moment in that match was the stem imploding. It didn't mean anything in the course of the victory. But 4-3 for Robert Owen. He signs off from Wednesday, and we'll see him again on Saturday. As for McEwan, it will be him in Group B over the next couple of nights. One more match, McGuirk and Garcia coming up straight after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Owen has topped the group and will play on finals night on Saturday. A 4-3 win against Jim McEwan. We'll look at the stats from that match quickly. There we see Robert Owen getting over the line in a last leg decider. Both players averaging around 89 in that one, and Owen completing a clean sweep of wins that puts him through to finals night. We're going to take a look actually at the split for the groups for the rest of the week, because Owen is through. Hurrell and McEwan in second and third will join Pete Burgoyne, Richard North and Scott Waters in Group B in the evening sessions on Thursday and Friday. And in Group C, it will be the bottom three from this group, including the next two players in action, Shane McGuirk and Kevin Garcia. They'll join Mark Graham, Martin Thomas, Reece Colley and Michael Huntley, who has finished bottom of the table. So without further ado, the players are just warming up, McGuirk and Kevin Garcia, and we're going to get straight into the final match of today's action.
Last game of the day, Kevin Garcia and Shane McGuirk. Shane McGuirk would have come in today hoping to get into Group B, but it hasn't quite gone his way today. But in the last one, he managed to get his first victory of the day, 4-2 against Michael Huntley. Kevin Garcia has shown some very good signs today. 6 points in today alone. He's only got 4 points from the first 2 days. And that comes down to that increased level performance, which seen him win a game against Jim McEwan with a 96.49 average.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $95.
Who's going to have the final word then, Matt? Is Garcia going to finish with 8 points for the day? Or is Shane McGuirk going to get 4? Which
135.
will actually get him in the daily table up to a very respectable 4th position, considering he went most of the day without any points at all. He could do himself the world of good ahead of 2 more meetings with Kevin Garcia over Thursday and Friday.
100.
Just having a look at Case Watch. See what we've got for the Shane McGuirk case this time.
Hashtag case watch. Oh,
59.
looking good.
That's better.
Yeah, good effort there, Mr. McGuirk.
Now, if he was aware of the camera positions fully, you'd think
80.
he'd probably just move that glass of water just to the side slightly.
Really?
Yeah.
You are so hard to please.
Well, I like the fact he put his water behind the case.
125.
I would just move Kevin's just round a little bit further.
I think Kevin might have something to say about that.
60.
Get off my
Shane, you
water.
require 122.
You've done it. You said you weren't going to do it, but you couldn't help yourself.
It's one of the accents I can do, actually.
54. Kevin, you require 126.
Oh, that's a nightmare for a 57. And that's why. Collision City.
46. Shane, you require 68.
That looks good for double 16.
36. Kevin, you require
Dragged it a little
80.
bit too much to the left.
Forty.
Yeah, that
Shane, you
flavour's in the way
require
again.
32.
If he was going to find that double top, he needed to lob it high, and it would have feathered into the double top sisal.
Yeah, that's game
Ooh,
short
that
on
was
the
a kind
first
little
line.
deflection,
Shane
wasn't it?
McGuirk.
Beautiful camera angle illustrating that. It was the right wing of dart number
Second
1,
lag, it's
which
Kevin to
just
throw
stopped
first.
it in its
Game
tracks and
on.
smushed its way into the double 8, if smushed is a word. Is that a word?
You can use it if you want to. I'm not going to
131.
debate vocabulary with anybody.
Well, that's the one thing about darts and sport. We love making up words that can
81.
describe a situation.
Just taking a moment to
54.
watch the Kevin Garcia throw. And one thing that's interesting is the elbow is coming up almost past the shoulder at the
97.
point of release. So that means there's a lot of lift there. Now, one of the things we used to do when we was grappling is we'd try and lift
62.
people's arms up because it makes it weaker. You lose the power when you lift the arm.
If you're not aware, Matthew Edgar used to be a wrestler. That's why he's talking about grappling.
And that would be one thing. If we got in close, you'd
41.
try and lift the shoulder. Now, if you could ever get the elbow higher than the shoulder, they've lost the power. So with that, he's not
80.
going very direct with his throw. It's going to come very loopy. And that's why we've had those darts that occasionally don't penetrate the board.
That makes a lot of sense.
43.
Like I said on Monday, Kevin's got that unwanted record of the most darts falling out of a dartboard on the European Tour. 13, I believe, at the Czech Darts
58.
Open in 2019. In a 6-0 defeat to Jermaine Wattamina.
There is always a deeper reason, isn't there? And that could be
133.
part
Kevin,
of
you
it.
require 116.
He's hit this today. Double top.
Yeah, that's
So
game
much
short on the
easier when there's
second
nothing
line.
in the way.
Kevin Garcia.
Beautifully done. 1-1. We're now down to a best-of-5 scenario to see who gets the last 2 points.
Third
of
leg,
today's
it's Shane
play.
to throw first.
And if you are
Game
tuning in on Sporty Stuff TV and this match goes another 4-3 or maybe a 4-2, we may be off the air in the next
134.
6 minutes. So if you want to see the conclusion of this match, please go to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
59. $94.
There's a bit of white and blue on the darts there of Shane. And in a day and age of personalisation,
81.
I'm sure there's a reason behind that. I used to have black, green and white darts because of the town I grew up in. Green and white, the colours of Blythe Spartans.
59.
There will be a reason. So as it came up on the start, you saw there, it said that he played with a 23-gram custom dart. Customization in darts is something that we know is coming
59.
through quite a bit. He actually worked on these darts with a friend of mine from Thornton Darts, who designs custom darts. And
58.
with that in mind, you think, what could it be? I might have to find that out. I mean, maybe it is a football team.
Yeah, it could be something to do with Gaelic football, maybe, or
Shane, you require
hurling?
156.
soccer. Could be something else. You never know. He might be a Carolina Panthers fan with blue and white like that, or Detroit Lions. We'll have to ask him.
60.
It's definitely not just a out of the packet set of darts that he's got. He put that colour on them darts.
140. Shane, you require 96.
Get the feeling Kevin is a bit of a Michael Van Gerwen fan, using a golden set of MVGs from a few years ago. Oh, McGuirk is just checking his position here. Single 5 and a treble 17 leave.
Yeah,
That
that's
right
getting
there,
short
there
in
you
the
go.
third line.
Beautifully
Shane
worked out.
McGuirk. Forward leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He was looking for the perfect storm today of 10 points. He was stopped in his tracks by Robert Owen, losing by 4 legs to 3.
121.
We have to say that Garcia is definitely going in the right direction. Pointless on Monday. Much improved 4 points yesterday.
140.
Today, looking to double his points. Walk into Thursday with a lot more confidence. He looks such a different player, doesn't he?
But that side angle, which we just saw there, perfect example of where you can see at that point on the throw where the elbow comes higher than the shoulder.
59.
When you asked me the other day about elbow positions, this is a key moment. The elbow should not come higher than the shoulder.
133.
The projection is always forward, not up. And the point of release has got to be before you get to 12 o'clock in the arc.
138.
It's got to be
Kevin, you require
on the upward curve of the
107.
release, but the elbow should not rise. Double top.
Yeah, that's
2-2.
getting short in the fourth line.
Excellent
Kevin
shot.
Garcia. Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first.
This is always one of
Game
the
on.
interesting debates you have with sort of coaching, when people might go, oh, well, he's throwing a 90 average and he's took out 107. But you always look at it and go, but with those tweaks, how much better could somebody be?
60.
What kind of average over 10 matches are these guys going to need to make the top 2, do you think? 88?
I think
100.
88 should cut it, as long as you get the timing right. Because there's going to be a moment where you're going to need to take a 62 or 64.
97.
One of those shots that look easy, but might only give you one dart at a double.
We've got maybe 3 more legs left in this
38.
match. It's been a day of plenty of legs per match. In fact, I don't remember a day where we've had this many.
96.
No bagels. Everybody's been left hungry.
There's only one game that's gone 4-1.
57.
Robert Owen against James Hurrell.
If it wasn't for a 1-4-2 checkout from Robert Owen in that match, it could have gone
100.
longer.
I know quite a lot of people like to play along with their local bookmaker on this, and anyone who likes the over
58.
5.5
Kevin, you
legs
require 148.
is going to be having a good evening tonight.
Yes, they are. And we are just about to leave all of our viewers on Sporty Stuff TV.
73.
Thank you very much
Shane,
for
you
your
require
company
148.
over the course of the last couple of days. If you want to see the conclusion of this match, please go to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. And if you want to tune in for Group B and Group C, it will be Sporty Stuff TV from 9:30 tomorrow morning. We hope to see you then. But for the conclusion of this match, please now go to the MODUS Super Series
Yeah, that's game
YouTube
short in the
channel.
fifth
As Kevin
flag.
Garcia
Kevin
goes 3-2
Garcia.
up.
6 flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. 93.
Kevin Garcia will be looking to serve this one out and get himself a few more points on the board. 6 points already today.
95.
He gets this, it'll be 4 wins from 5. He's only managed 2 wins from 10 until this point.
He's done himself a lot of credit.
100.
He's done the amateur darts circuit a lot of credit as well, because he's wearing their badge throughout the course of this week, qualifying via the open rankings in the northwest of England. And we know how tough a school that is. That's seeing a lot with the players from the Manchester area, Liverpool, Merseyside, Lancashire,
54.
Cumbria. Not to mention Cheshire as well.
58.
You know how many great players have come from Cheshire. You don't have to talk about the pros in Cheshire and Merseyside and Lancashire. There's strength and depth right there.
136.
It's looking like Garcia is going to finish with a win. He could join Shane McGuirk on 12 points, but because of the leg difference between the two, McGuirk cannot be moved from 4th position. But for some strange reason,
58.
it feels like Garcia's playing better.
+29.
Well,
Kevin
88 the
requires
average
60.
in this one. He had a 96 in the last. He's getting better as this event goes on.
Game.
And he
shot,
ends his
and a
day
match.
with
Kevin
2
Garcia.
more points. He has only managed 4 points out of the first 2 days of action, but today wraps up 8 points from his possible 10. Really good performance, only missing out to Robert Owen, but it's the increased level of performance and consistency from Kevin Garcia today. Again, very good on the outer ring throughout today, highlighted in that game with 57% on the finishes. Another ton-plus finish in that column for Kevin Garcia, but most importantly, a lot of confidence to take into Thursday and Friday when he's going to be joining us again when he takes part in Group C.
Thanks, Matt. Well, that is all we've got time for today at the Super Series, after a lot of the games went 4-3, didn't they? But we will be back tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV. The first of our double sessions run at 10 p.m. in the evening as well. But in terms of Group A, it is Robert Owen who is going through to finals night. See you tomorrow.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.